Tonight, we're going to explore some timeless Zen stories that have helped people find peace and relaxation for centuries. If your mind's been racing all day, these gentle teachings might draw you back into the quiet that has been waiting for you all along. Imagine yourself in a dimly lit room, the world outside hushed, and only the soft glow of a lantern flickering against the walls. That glow is where we begin, a light that guides us toward Bodhidharma, the wandering sage whose journey carried seeds of strength across continents. In our busy lives, it's easy to forget that calm isn't out there. It's already within, just waiting to be uncovered. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you'd like, share your location and the local time in the comments. I love knowing where these moments find you. Now, let's ease into tonight's journey together. The story begins with a figure stepping quietly onto the shores of China more than 1,000 years ago. His name was Bodhidharma, though to some he was simply the bearded barbarian from the West. He carried no wealth, no scrolls, no entourage, only a mind honed through practice and a heart filled with silence. There is something striking about the image, isn't there? A lone traveler, cloaked in simple robes, eyes steady as the sea. He came not to conquer with armies, but to awaken with presence. Buddhism had already spread in many directions by that time, yet Bodhidharma's presence was different. He did not flatter kings or impress scholars. Instead, he looked toward the restless human heart. His teaching was simple. Inner strength arises not from what we acquire, but from what we release. The Buddha once said that clinging is the root of suffering. Bodhidharma lived this truth so fully that he carried nothing, only the essence of practice. On the road, villagers who met him were puzzled. "Why do you not preach with words?" they asked. Bodhidharma would only smile, his silence weightier than a sermon. This quiet refusal itself was a teaching. Sometimes the deepest strength comes not from adding more, but from cutting away the noise. Like a sculptor chipping stone to reveal the figure within, he showed that clarity is uncovered, not imported. The night deepens as the listener imagines him entering China, walking dusty paths beneath moonlight. Bodhidharma carried no lantern, yet wherever he went, the glow of his stillness illuminated those around him. Travelers felt calmer after a glance. Monks grew unsettled, then curious, then inspired. Have you ever noticed how some people walk into a room and shift the air without saying a word? That was Bodhidharma. One quirky tale tells of how he crossed a river standing on a reed. Monks later argued whether this was a miracle or a metaphor. Some said he literally floated. Others said the reed was his discipline, thin, fragile-looking, yet strong enough to carry him because his mind no longer thrashed in panic. Zen masters might ask, what reed carries you across life's currents? In this way, Bodhidharma began not with explanations, but with presence. His arrival itself was a koan, an unsolvable riddle pointing beyond intellect. He showed that inner strength isn't loud. It doesn't need applause. Like the faint glow of a lantern, it is quiet, steady, and sufficient. Imagine yourself holding such a lantern now. Its flame doesn't shout, but it keeps back the darkness. Bodhidharma's teaching is this flame. He invites you to trust that even the softest glow, tended carefully, can guide you through the vast night. The lesson of this first step is simple, yet profound. True strength begins quietly. Not in the crowd, not in the clash of argument, but in the soft decision to carry stillness within. Tonight, as you listen, you may feel the same glow, gentle, unwavering, already in your chest. Remember, the sage arrived with nothing. And perhaps that is the greatest gift he offered, the reminder that we already have what we need. What would it mean if you set aside every unnecessary weight, just for a moment, and trusted that your inner light was enough? Bodhidharma's journey into China soon became marked not by words, but by silence. He withdrew into a small cave near the Shaolin Monastery, where he is said to have faced a wall in meditation for 9 long years. Imagine that, nearly a decade of simply sitting, unmoving, eyes cast toward stone. To most people, such an act might seem meaningless or even absurd. Yet, in that stillness, he demonstrated a strength that didn't need to conquer the world because it had already conquered the mind. This teaching was both radical and deeply familiar. The Buddha had spoken of meditation as the path to liberation, of watching the breath and seeing the mind's ceaseless chatter. But Bodhidharma's particular emphasis on wall gazing stripped the practice down even further. No ritual, no ornament, no debate, just presence. By facing the wall, he turned his back on distraction, on politics, on fame. He showed that strength blooms when one dares to stay with what is, even when the world offers every reason to run. Think for a moment about how difficult it is to sit still even for 10 minutes. The body fidgets, The mind races with errands undone, conversations replayed, old regrets knocking at the door. Now multiply that experience by years. What kind of strength does it take to meet one's thoughts without flinching? To watch them rise and fall like waves against the shore until, eventually, the storm grows tired of itself. The teaching here is that stillness is not weakness. The Buddha once taught that taming the mind is harder than taming an elephant. Bodhidharma embodied this truth. His strength was the kind that cannot be taken away because it doesn't depend on external conditions. Even when mocked or ignored, his practice was his fortress. A curious story tells of a disciple who tried to prove his devotion by cutting off his own arm to show sincerity. Shocked, yet moved, Bodhidharma accepted him as a student. But Zen masters later reflected, was the true test the sacrifice of the limb? Or was it the willingness to sit still day after day without reward? Some argue that Bodhidharma was teaching that the greater act of courage is to face the inner restlessness that few can endure. Zen often uses walls in curious ways. Some monasteries train monks to meditate by a bare wall, not for punishment, but as a mirror. The wall reflects nothing, so the meditator is left with only themselves. Thoughts have nowhere to hide. Discomfort has nowhere to flee. Have you ever noticed how silence can feel louder than noise? How emptiness forces things to the surface? This is the kind of silence Bodhidharma embraced. In modern times, we rarely face walls unless we're bored in waiting rooms or scrolling endlessly on our phones. Yet, perhaps our screens have become our walls, filled not with emptiness, but with distractions. What would it be like if, just for a while, you replaced the glowing screen with a blank wall and let your thoughts run themselves out like children playing until they fall asleep? Through 9 years of stillness, Bodhidharma's glow grew brighter, though he never sought an audience. Monks passing by began to whisper of the strange foreigner who sat unmoving, winter to summer, storm to sunshine. Some laughed, others dismissed him as mad, but a few were drawn, sensing that behind the stillness was a depth not easily shaken. It is like hearing a bell faintly in the distance and leaning in to catch the sound. This is the paradox. The softer the practice, the stronger the result. The more still he became, the more powerful his influence grew. Like a mountain that doesn't shout, but dominates the horizon, his presence shaped generations of Zen to come. And so, the second teaching unfolds. Strength can be silent. Strength can be still. It is not the fist striking, but the hand resting open. It is not the rushing river, but the still lake that reflects the sky most clearly. As you listen now, perhaps you notice your own breath moving in and out. Each inhale, each exhale. This is your wall. Can you face it just as it is, without decoration, without escape? Zen masters might ask, what would happen if you let the wall of your mind simply stand, instead of trying to paint over it with constant thoughts? Bodhidharma's 9 years remind us that inner strength is cultivated not by doing more, but by staying with less. In that simple act of being, facing the wall, he illuminated what many spend lifetimes seeking. The glow he carried did not waver, even when the world ignored him, because its source was not outside, but within. His long silence by the wall matured into a lesson that could be poured and shared. When Bodhidharma finally left the cave, a summons drew him into Emperor Wu's palace. Corridors glazed with lacquer, banners breathing like slow waves, courtiers moving the way, cranes step through reeds. The emperor listed generous works, monasteries raised, scriptures copied, alms bestowed. He waited for praise as one waits for spring, confident that the old monk's approval would crown his merit, the way sunlight crowns a peach orchard in bloom. Bodhidharma listened the way a mountain listens to wind. When the emperor asked, "What merit have I gained?" the traveler answered, "No merit." The room seemed to blink. It was not scorn. It was a lantern held close enough to show soot on the glass. The Buddha taught that clinging, even to virtue, breeds suffering. Do good and release it. The hand that keeps score closes around its own breath. The hand that gives and lets go stays warm and light. Think of the mind as a cup. A famous tale tells of a scholar visiting a Zen teacher for instruction. Tea was poured until it reached the rim, and still the stream continued. Amber drops skittered over the saucer. "Stop! It's full!" the scholar cried. "Like this cup," the teacher said, "you are brimming with opinions. How can I add anything?" Whether or not the two ever met, the scene drifts easily into this palace. A ruler's cup filled to shining, yet unable to receive a clearer water. The emperor tried another question, honest and brave. "Who stands before me?" Bodhidharma said, "I don't know." Not ignorance, but refusal to freeze a living sky into a photograph. Emptiness here is not nothingness, but the open space in which everything appears by causes and conditions. The Buddha pointed to this in dependent arising. Because things interweave, none stands alone. None has a permanent label to clutch. What face could a wave claim when the ocean keeps changing? Modern life knows this, in a sideways way. When a coffee mug is too full, the desk learns about gravity. When your phone storage bulges with 10,000 pictures, just in case, even the clock stutters. When we enter a conversation, certain we already understand, it becomes a rerun of a show we swear we didn't like the first time. Little observations, soft as breath, but they nudge us toward the same edge, empty a little, and capacity appears. So Bodhidharma left the palace without fanfare, not from disdain, but from completion. A bell rung once doesn't need an echo. He stepped back onto roads where steam coiled from cookpots, where dogs slept in doorways like commas in a long sentence, where old women set vegetables in neat rows that looked like green prayers. With each footfall, the teaching accompanied him. Keep the cup usable by keeping it clear. Monastic life turns this into choreography. In Zen communities, meals are taken with oryoki, just enough. A set of nested bowls wrapped in a square of cloth. At the bell, robes whisper along the floor. Cloth unfolds like a map of patience. Food is received in careful portions. The server bows, the eater bows. A slice of pickled radish becomes both garnish and sponge, wiping each bowl until the rinse water is clean enough to drink. Nothing hoarded, nothing wasted. When the bowls are dried and wrapped again, the cloth lies smooth as a lake at dawn. The whole ritual whispers one instruction: receive, use, and release. Remember the wall he faced for 9 winters and 9 springs. That blank rock was a cup, too, washed by breath the way a kettle's steam fogs cool air. In silence, yesterday's leaves loosened and slipped away. No emperor to impress, no audience to persuade, only sitting, which is how a cup learns the shape of space. The soft glow we keep noticing doesn't get brighter by adding more wicks. It steadies when drafts die down. The Buddha also taught right view. It is not a manifesto. It is the willingness to let today be fresh. Beginner's mind, later teachers said, is paradoxically advanced because it refuses to be heavy. It is the bowl set out before the meal, not the bowl already afraid of being empty. Right view loosens the sticky film of assumption, so things can be seen as they are and not as our labels insist. A small temple story drifts through the pines. A novice, greedy for wisdom, slept with a scroll under his pillow. Smiling, his teacher replaced it with a smooth river stone. Days later, the novice complained, "Master, the teachings feel heavy and dull." "Yes, the teacher said. "You've been carrying a stone." Laughter rose like birds. Another kind of laughter followed, quiet, the kind that notices a pocket full of rocks and opens the hand. Try this as an experiment tomorrow. Let a conversation be a fresh cup. Notice the precise instant your mind declares, "I've heard this." That is the brim. Tip the cup a little. Let the person across from you arrive without yesterday's costume. You may find 3 small observations: that flavors sharpen when recipes aren't argued with, that streets look new when you aren't rushing the horizon, that bedtime comes sooner when you stop explaining your day to yourself and simply feel the pillow. Zen masters might ask, would you rather be right or be free? Then, because questions can clatter like spoons in a bowl, they might point instead, soundlessly, to steam lifting from tea before the word tea sticks to it. The teaching is bodied forth in ordinary things, a cup that is useful because it is empty, a mind that is strong because it doesn't have to lug its past into every room. And what of the emperor's merit? Do the good. Then let it pass through your fingers like clear water through bamboo. A ledger is heavy. A lantern is light. The reed that carried our traveler across the river in that older tale did not hold him because it was special. It held because he did not strangle it. In the same way, your evening will carry you if your grip softens. Pause now and feel your own breath pour and pour. What would open if you poured a little out and allowed the night to fill the rest? The road out of the palace took him uphill toward quieter air, and along the way, a wind from the peaks pressed his robe against his knees, the way water holds a reed in place. He paused and listened to the rush through the cedars. In that wild, steady sound, he heard not disorder, but rhythm, an ancient metronome that the body already knows. When he reached a hermitage cut into the mountain's flank, Bodhidharma settled on a flat stone and let the breath show itself. Not captured, not trained like an ox, simply recognized. The soft glow that had guided him since the shore widened a little, not brighter, only less obstructed, as if fog were lifting to reveal a lantern that had been there all along. The Buddha taught mindfulness of breathing, anapanasati, as a path where calm and insight walk together. Not 2 roads, but one path seen from different angles. When the mind rests with the inhale, that is calming. When it notices the breath is changing, empty of any solid me, that is wisdom. Bodhidharma did not compose commentaries about it. He returned to the mountain's own instruction. The chest rose. The chest fell. Like surf that never forgets to return, the breath made a promise and kept it. Strength, he showed, is not a clenched jaw, but fidelity to what is steady. He had faced the wall for 9 years, and the wall had taught him to stop arguing with the moment. Now the mountain taught him to let the moment breathe. Monks later asked him for methods, and he gave them one that seemed almost too simple. Sit. Let the breath settle into the lower belly, the hara, and count softly, like pebbles clicking together in a stream. 1 with the exhale, 2 with the inhale, up to 10, then back to 1. This susakan, counting the breath, is a small practice with large consequences. A mind engaged in gentle counting is like a child given a smooth stone to hold. The hands relax. A quirky custom grew around this in certain halls. A single hair-thin feather placed beneath the nostrils as the sitter breathed through the nose, not to test strength, but to confirm softness. The feather should stir, not fly. Whether historical or only a teaching picture, the image endures because it carries the same point as a reed on a river. Power that doesn't splinter. 3 light observations drift in as companions to this picture. Somewhere, a refrigerator hums like a distant beehive. A street lamp flickers and steadies the way a thought stutters and settles. A neighbor's laugh rises through a wall and falls away like a wave withdrawing over pebbles. Each sound appears and vanishes, and the breath remains. In the evenings, a few villagers climbed to the hermitage with food enough for 2 bowls. Bow to the server, bow to the gift, unwrap the cloth. Oryoki again, the choreography of just enough. When the rice met the bowl's warm emptiness, he received it with the same awareness that received each exhale. Nothing hoarded, nothing refused. They noticed that when he ate in rhythm with the breath, the meal felt larger, as if attention itself were an unseen seasoning. A child once asked why he chewed so slowly. He smiled, tapping the lower abdomen with 2 fingers. "The mountain breathes here," he said, "and eating honors the mountain." Some nights, the wind fell still, and with it, a deeper quiet came, so full that even a moth against the paper screen sounded like a drum in a distant procession. When distraction thinned, a brighter teaching could be seen. The breath had never been private property. It arrived from the vast world, the way clouds deliver shade. Dependent arising is here too, he would tell those who listened. This breath depends on air and lungs and every tree on the slope, on rain and soil and time. Remove one, and the pattern breaks. Realizing this, the monk sitting beside him felt the edge of mine soften, not as an idea, but as a loosening in the hands. Legend says that during those early years, he grew drowsy, and seeing how sleep can claim a seeker mid-sitting, he removed the heaviness from his eyes so wakefulness could stay. Where those lids touched the earth, tea plants sprang up, leaves that later generations would steep to chase fog from thought. Taken literally, the tale is too sharp for tender hearts. Taken as a koan about devotion, it becomes kindness. Meet drowsiness with a mindful cup. Even now, a monk may pour hot water over green curls and watch tiny bubbles climb the cup like pilgrims up a mountain path. The steam folds into their next inhale. The mountain breath becomes tea, and tea becomes the mountain's breath again. The emperor, who had asked about merit, would have understood the lesson. Had he climbed this path, the breath does not keep accounts. It doesn't award itself for arriving, doesn't scold itself for leaving. It returns because that's its nature. The law of impermanence, so easily feared in marketplaces and courts, softens into a lullaby when paired with breathing. Every exhale teaches letting go. Every inhale teaches receiving. What ledger could compete with that quiet, perfect bookkeeping? On some days, storms rummaged through the trees, and rain ticked like 1,000 fingers on the roof. Bodhidharma would let the weather blow through the body's rooms without pushing it out. He taught his students to imagine the breath sweeping the floor of the chest, under the chairs of thought, behind the curtains of worry, gathering dust and opening windows. Each cycle was housekeeping, not in punishment, but in care. He sometimes sent them walking slowly along the ridge, kin-hin, one step with one breath, the heel kissing earth as if greeting an elder. The mountain taught standing still while moving, moving while still. 3 small observations were offered to those who found it hard. Notice the coolness at the tip of the nose when air enters. Notice the warmth at the top lip when it leaves. Notice the belly's roundness change as if a tide had come in and slipped away again. If they insisted on grand experiences, he waved a hand toward the horizon. "Clouds," he would say, "don't try to be the sky." And because he had sat so long facing rock, they trusted him when he added, "Let the breath be ordinary. Strength grows in the ordinary." Sometimes a student asked whether breath practice should chase calm or insight. He answered with a smile that did not quite end. "Which wing makes the bird fly?" he would say. "Which leg walks through the mountain gate?" In the quiet that followed, someone always heard the wind in the needles again. And there, without comment, both answers were present. Zen masters might ask, what would happen if the breath breathed itself and the watcher stopped claiming authorship? There were failures, of course, nights when restlessness drummed in the ribs, days when counting turned to war. On those days, he encouraged returning to one, as a friend returns to a door left ajar. Beginner's mind, later teachers said, but he knew the phrase before it was words. The bowl rinsed clean, the cup set out empty, the feather barely stirring. He gestured toward the memory of the palace, how full rooms can feel hollow, how hollow caves can feel full. And his students understood that breath is the first palace anyone can leave without moving an inch. Those who listened long enough began to notice something subtle. Courage had taken a new shape. It wasn't the courage of cutting, glaring, declaring. It was the courage of staying. Through the 10th count, and back to one, through the quick wind and the blank noon, through the moth's brief percussion and the kettle's small applause when it settles on the hearth. Remember the reed that carried him across the river. The breath is that reed now, thin-looking, impossible-looking, and yet enough to bear a life from one bank of worry to the other. As twilight pooled in the hollows and the first star troubled the surface of the sky, he would sometimes rise, fold his robe, and let the breath lead him back to the hermitage door. No triumph, no merit, only the quiet triumph of continuity. The lantern inside threw a round coin of light onto stone, and in that soft circle, some student would already be seated, counting to 3, to 7, to 10, and returning, the way the sea returns, the way the mountain breathes. What else was inner strength, if not that? The choice to remain kind and steady with something so simple that the world keeps overlooking it. The mountain air held a clarity like new glass, and with each quiet day, Bodhidharma watched how space itself performed the lesson he had carried across the sea. A room is useful because it has room. A bowl feeds because it is hollow. A flute sings because of its empty chambers. He never announced this as a riddle. He lived it, and those near him felt an ease around the man who owned so little, and yet seemed to lack nothing. The soft glow walked with him into dusty paths and lantern-lit corners, as if emptiness itself were a silent companion that kept lighting the way. The Buddha taught that clinging fuels suffering, and here that teaching revealed a paradox. When the hands loosen, strength appears. Emptiness, shunyata, often sounds frightening to a mind trained by collection and display, as if someone were proposing a universe made of holes. Bodhidharma pointed patiently to a friendlier truth. Emptiness is capacity, not erasure; responsiveness, not collapse. Because nothing possesses a fixed, permanent core, everything can meet everything. The reed on the river carried him not because it was a miracle, but because he did not clutch it into splinters. A relaxed grip was stronger than any fist. He remembered the palace and the question about merit, how the emperor's ledger had made goodness feel crowded. Merit can pile like furniture in a hallway until walking becomes awkward. Clear the hallway, and the legs remember their job. In the hermitage, he tidied not from fussiness, but from friendliness, with space. Bedding was folded, bowls were rinsed and dried. The threshold was brushed free of needles. Order, he told his students, is a humble form of compassion, a way of letting emptiness do its work. When the room breathes, so does the heart. Down in the temple courtyard, a curious practice bloomed with the mornings. Old men and young students carried great brushes and buckets of clear water. On flat stone, they wrote poems and aphorisms that shone for a minute and then faded as sunlight drank the strokes. Water calligraphy, they called it. A boy wrote the character for strength so boldly that droplets leapt from the brush. A minute later, the strength was gone. Laughter rose, gentle as wind through bamboo, and a few felt the point arrive without words. The power of the writing had not depended on how long it lasted. It was strong while it lived, because nothing clung to it. It was strong as it vanished, because nothing fought its leaving. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, a later sutra would sing. But Bodhidharma let the warm stones sing it for him. Steam climbed from the wet characters as if the words were returning to the sky that had loaned them. A passing nun traced a circle, a full moon, with nothing in the center, then held her brush in the air as the ring dissolved. The gesture needed no commentary. Emptiness here had the warmth of usefulness, not the chill of void. 3 light observations often slipped into these mornings as if to join the lesson. Somewhere a kettle clicked and settled, registering a small victory over water. A dog sighed in its sleep, rearranged its paws, and returned to a deeper stillness. A phone in a pocket vibrated and was ignored, its bubble of urgency rising and popping with no trace. The world kept demonstrating how quickly forms arrive and go, and how the space that hosts them does not wobble. A disciple fretted that if nothing possessed an enduring self, then commitment would weaken. Bodhidharma listened, then set a wooden ladle on the table and turned it slowly to show the curve receiving what it was made to receive. When the bowl is empty, he said, it is most faithful to rice. When the ladle is empty, it is ready to serve. Non-self, anatta, does not erase vows. It frees vows to fit the moment. A mind that doesn't have to defend a statue of itself is available to kindness. He added a small story, gentle where others might have been sharp. A monk and a farmer quarreled over a gate that wouldn't stay shut. After a day of arguing, they took the gate off its hinges and leaned it against a wall. Without the thing to fight, the fight dissolved. Emptiness can be that practical. Remove the hinge. Let the path open. That evening, the farmer brought persimmons in his sleeves, and their sweetness tasted like a treaty signed in the mouth. In the meditation hall, he introduced a brief, quirky drill. For 1 week at dawn, the monks would bow to an empty cushion before sitting. The bow was not to a person or a shrine, but to space itself, the invisible host that allows sitting to happen. At first, they felt foolish. Reverence aimed at absence confuses pride. By the 3rd day, shoulders dropped before counting even began. They were greeting what they had always overlooked. The room's emptiness was not an obstacle to practice. It was the support. Strength rose from these gestures quietly, like a bridge you cross so often you stop praising it. The teaching of dependent arising returned with every step, because things do not stand alone. Nothing needs to be clutched. This, too, is power. If the lantern's glow depended on constant strain, rest would be impossible. But oil, wick, and air each offer what they must, and light appears without being forced. Students began to notice that their best choices came when they left just enough space around events to hear them. He welcomed modern analogies without apology, weaving them into older cloth. A computer runs cleaner when memory is cleared. A closet becomes useful when it isn't clogged with someday. An inbox with only what matters draws less life from the day. He didn't scold clutter. He offered emptiness as hospitality. Make room, he suggested, and watch how naturally the right guests arrive. Once, a visitor brought the worry that emptiness would make love thin. If nothing is mine, how can anything be dear? Bodhidharma poured tea and filled the cup only halfway. "If I fill it to the brim," he said, "we cannot walk together without spilling." Love, too, needs air around it to travel. A relationship swollen with possession and certainty cannot move. One held lightly can cross seasons. The visitor listened to the rain on the eaves and heard how even a storm leaves gaps for sound to pass through. Zen masters might ask, what would happen if strength were the openness to be shaped by the moment, rather than the hardness that resists it? Is a tree weaker because it bends? The bamboo by the steep path answered each winter when snow loaded its back. The cane bowed. The snow slid. The cane rose with a small shiver, like laughter. Remember the long wall he faced and the breath he counted. He had been learning this lesson the whole time. The wall offered nothing to push against but his appetite for drama. The breath gave him a tide that did not belong to him and did not need command. Emptiness partnered both. The blankness that welcomed seeing, the vacancy that welcomed air. As twilight seeped into the edges of the courtyard stones and the last of the water characters vanished, a monk walked past and felt sudden relief, as if a heavy coat had been lifted from his shoulders. He could not name what had gone. Perhaps it was the belief that he must be a certain way to deserve his own breath. Perhaps it was the habit of arguing with himself. He only knew that his steps grew easy. Strength, he realized, was not a substance to acquire, but a way of touching things, gentle, available, ready to respond. And in the lantern-lit hermitage, Bodhidharma folded his robe and allowed the night to be night. The room's usefulness lay in its quiet space, and his usefulness lay in not crowding it. Somewhere a moth stitched the air with small, erratic loops. Somewhere a pot creaked as it cooled. Somewhere a distant bell did not ring. And even its silence seemed like a sound. The glow did not need to burn hotter. It needed room to be itself. Storms on the mountain do not ask permission. They arrive like visiting relatives who know the way to the kitchen. When wind crowded the slopes, Bodhidharma walked the narrow path behind the hermitage and watched the bamboo answer weather with a lesson finer than ink. The canes bowed and straightened in slow pulses, not resisting the gusts, not surrendering either. An intelligence in motion, a choreography that whispered, "Stay useful." He stood until rain jeweled the hems of his robe, and breath made a small lantern of warmth beneath his ribs. The soft glow didn't flare against the gale. It leaned with it, then returned, like a swimmer who knows the wave has its say before the sea gives you back your shape. The Buddha taught the middle way, neither indulgence nor harsh denial, neither rigid grasping nor limp apathy. In the bamboo's grammar, he saw that teaching made green and flexible, too stiff, and a cane will crack, too slack, and it will never rise again. The middle is not halfway. It is the living point where conditions meet and respond. He pictured the emperor's hall with its lacquered pillars and wondered whether those straight, shining columns could survive a mountain gale. The bamboo's strength came from relationship, not from stubbornness. Root and soil, wind and leaf, rain and joint, all in conversation. Students wanted instructions, so he gave them a task that sounded like play. "Watch the bamboo for an hour," he said, "without explaining it to yourself." They went out with cloaks pulled close and tried to keep the mind from naming. Leaf, joint, arc. The practice proved slippery. Naming wants to stiffen the world into handleable pieces. To help, he asked them to breathe in as a cane bent, breathe out as it rose. Counting returned, 1 with the bow, 2 with the lift, until the body learned the weather's rhythm and the mind had fewer labels to polish. 3 light observations tagged along as if to help. A kettle somewhere clicked and settled after boiling. A pair of crows crossed the gray like hurried brush strokes. A floorboard in the hall gave a soft complaint and then forgot itself. A lesser-known custom took shape in the evenings. A monk threaded a sliver of reed through a tiny notch cut near the hermitage doorway, so that when wind came, the reed hummed like a distant flute. It was barely a sound, more suggestion than tone, but it reminded everyone to soften where they had hardened. People smiled in the lamplight when it began, the way one smiles at a memory returning at the exact right moment. The reed's quiet note made the lesson tactile, entering not through thought, but through bone. If the hum grew harsh, they relaxed their shoulders. If it vanished, they opened the chest. The doorway itself became a teacher that kept office through every weather. He told a story of storms and vows. A young monk, he said, swore to sit unmoving, like iron. The first high wind knocked his posture into pain, and pride held him there until the low back lit with fire. "Next time," the monk muttered, "I will be like water." And he slumped so soft that drowsiness took him under. On the 3rd night, he remembered the bamboo and sat with a spine that bowed and returned, breath filling low in the belly, shoulders yielding and regathering, like a sail letting gusts pass through its cloth. He did not chase heroics. He listened for alignment. By dawn, he had learned that resilience is a conversation, not a pose. Bodhidharma pointed to another teaching: skillful means, upaya, the willingness to change the method to meet the person. The mountain did this without philosophy. When snow came, it muffled the world, and the bamboo wore white sleeves. When spring arrived, birds wrote notes on the canes, and the wind turned pages. He adjusted his guidance the same way. A student plagued by anger was given walking meditation among the stalks, instructed to match steps to their slow arc. Another, who evaporated into daydreams, was assigned standing practice beside a cane, palms lightly on the joints, feeling how living things keep their shape while moving. Neither student was praised for endurance alone. Each was praised for listening. Centuries later, Zen would travel to other shores, and with it came a curious practice that honored bamboo as a teacher in another register. Komuso monks, the monks of nothingness, played the shakuhachi, a bamboo flute using breath as meditation. Suizen, blowing Zen. Faces hidden by woven baskets, they walked city lanes and paddy paths, letting tones rise and fade like foghorns for the heart. Bodhidharma never met them, yet he would have recognized the thread. Bamboo yielding to wind becomes music. Breath meeting bamboo becomes prayer. A lesser-known path, yes, but it wore the same sandals as his mountain. Steadiness expressed through supple form. He welcomed reminders in modern dress, too. In a world of deadlines and dashboards, resilience is often sold as more force, more hours, more grit, more glare behind the eyes. He showed another approach. Notice where life asks you to bend and where it asks you to root. 3 light observations wandered through the room as he spoke. A ceiling fan ticked at a joint, but kept turning. A jacket on a peg swayed each time the door opened, and then hung still. A notification blinked on a phone, and was allowed to go dark without being answered. Small proofs that not every pull requires a hard answer. Once, 2 monks argued about the right way to bow. One stood straight as a spear, the other relaxed as a willow branch. They sought a ruling. Bodhidharma poured tea, and before serving, tilted the spout to keep the stream from splashing. He served the stiff monk first, angling the pot farther from the cup. He served the relaxed monk with the spout almost vertical. "You see," he said, smiling, "the tea meets the angle." Right action, part of the Eightfold Path, was not a frozen pose. It was the fitness of response. Bamboo did not apologize for bending, nor did it boast of rising. It simply did what met the moment. A quirky training game followed for a week. They tied a length of twine lightly around their wrists and looped it over a slender bamboo near the hall. When wind rose, the cane tugged, guiding their arms into small, responsive arcs. The point was not to be puppet to the weather, but to feel in the muscles how yielding can be intelligent. Laughter spilled across the yard when a gust surprised them, and after the twine was unlooped, some found their zazen had grown wider without effort, like a doorway whose frame had been planed smooth. The body remembered. Bend. Return. Zen masters might ask, is your strength a wall fighting wind or a gate that knows when to open? Another might tilt his head and add, what breaks when you stop insisting on being unbreakable? The questions didn't accuse, they invited. He sometimes gestured toward the memory of the silent bell. Remember the one that could ring without being struck, reminding them that sound isn't forced from true bronze. It is released. In the same way, resilience is not pushed into being. It is allowed when tightness unclenches. Night after night, storms rehearsed their old theater, and the bamboo performed its answer. He recalled the water calligraphy in the courtyard below, characters evaporating as the sun rose. The writing had not failed by vanishing. It had succeeded by being fully written. So with the cane that bows and returns, resilience is not measured by how loudly you resist, but by how completely you resume. Impermanence, often feared, becomes coach and physiotherapist. Everything moves. Therefore, move with it. Another student worried that bending meant agreeing to injustice. Bodhidharma knelt by a cluster of canes that had grown in a tangle. With 2 fingers, he separated them slightly, creating space so each could rise. Bend to the wind, he said, not to cruelty. The middle way is not neutrality. It is clarity about what helps life. Compassion, karuna, was the root that kept bamboo from being mere grass in a storm. To bend skillfully is to protect what should not be broken. 3 more observations, soft as the moth drum you may remember from the lamplight, stitched this point to the senses. The smell of wet earth climbed into the room and made even breathing feel rooted. A loose shutter tapped, found its rhythm, and ceased to alarm. A pair of sandals outside the door filled with a spoon of rain and were emptied with a tilt. Small things resume. Why not the heart? He folded his robe at day's end and understood again what he had been studying since the shore. The soft glow endures not by hardening, but by learning to lean and lift in time with the world. He remembered the emperor's ledger and smiled. There is a kind of accounting that only wind can balance. He remembered the feather held beneath the nostrils, the reed across the river, the bowls wrapped in cloth. It seemed that every teaching he had offered was just another name for the same motion. Bow, return, bow, return, until even names bowed, and the need for names passed. As he stepped inside, the reed at the door gave one last faint hum. Breath moved low and easy. The body grew light without becoming fragile. The bamboo outside, wet and shining, stood neither proud nor ashamed. It simply stood ready. Strength, he knew, was not the refusal to bend. Strength was the trust that after bending, you will rise. The path dried after the rain, and the bamboo's rinse left the air smelling like the inside of a fresh-cut stem. Back in the hermitage, a shallow basin waited near the door, filled each morning with clear water, the way the bowls were filled with just enough. When wind nudged the reed in the lintel and it gave its faint hum, the surface quivered and settled again. Bodhidharma often stood with students at that basin and let their faces rise, waver, and soften there. Mind is like this, he would say in that easy, lantern-warm voice. It shows whatever comes, and when nothing clings to it, it clears. The Buddha taught right mindfulness, samasati. One spoke of the Eightfold Path. Here it meant a relaxed, accurate noticing of whatever appears without fastening it to a nameplate. A thought about yesterday's quarrel, a prickle of worry about winter firewood, a small lift of pleasure at the smell of rice. Each was a reflection crossing the water. He reminded them that the 5 aggregates, body, feeling, perception, formations, and consciousness, do not build a permanent me any more than 5 reeds tied together make a bridge that cannot sway. When the grip relaxes, the mind shows and releases, shows and releases. He had faced a wall for 9 years, so the habit of grabbing would tire of itself. Now he invited them to watch the mirror mind directly. One student complained that his thoughts were too many, like minnows flashing in shallows. Bodhidharma smiled and set a twig gently on the water. The ripples spread, then smoothed. See? You can add disturbance, or you can wait. Either way, the water knows how to return. 3 light observations drifted in as companions. A moth tapped the paper screen like a fingertip and fell quiet. The kettle's lid clicked once and settled. And somewhere outside, a dog exhaled the way a small bell might sigh. a lesser-known temple custom gave the lesson a home in the hands. In some halls, after evening chanting, a polished copper mirror is passed from person to person. Each lifts it and witnesses whatever the day has placed on the face: flare of pride, smear of worry, damp rim of tears. Then fogs the mirror with a slow breath and wipes it clear with a sleeve. No one comments. The mirror makes no hierarchy. The cloth makes no complaint. When the circle is complete, someone sets the mirror facing the empty wall. To a newcomer, it seems odd. To those who practice, it's obvious. The mirror does not need to keep a record in order to be faithful. Stories wandered up the mountain like birds finding warm thermals, and one in particular made everyone grin. A master saw his student Mazu straining at meditation. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Trying to become a Buddha." The master picked up a roof tile and polished it on his robe. "What are you doing, master?" "Polishing a tile to make a mirror." The student laughed, then frowned, then understood in stages. You cannot grind a tile into glass. You cannot manufacture awakening by muscular effort. When mind stops making a project out of itself, clarity appears the way stillness appears when wind falls. He told them that in the emperor's lacquered rooms, mirrors had been treasures, but the water in a peasant's cooking pot can do the same work for the heart. He tipped the basin slightly to show how the whole scene, lantern, doorway, hands, slid and returned. Right view is the willingness to let appearances be appearances without announcing a verdict. When a thought rises, "I am failing, I am winning, I am misunderstood," right mindfulness notes it as a weather report, not a court ruling. The Buddha taught that clinging causes suffering. Here, clinging to any reflection, pleasant or harsh, turns quicksilver into concrete. Modern life brings its own reflections. Screens hold faces the way ponds hold geese, beautifully and not at all. He noticed how people stared into glass rectangles as if they owed the glowing a tax. "Look," he would murmur, "the rectangle is only a traveling pond." 3 soft observations grounded the smile. The fridge's low hum circled the room like a tame bee. A neighbor on the path sneezed and then offered a hushed laugh that dissolved before anyone could file it. And a strip of old tape on a book's spine finally let go with a tiny sigh. Appear, vanish, appear, vanish. The mind's mirror kept showing, kept clearing. A disciple asked whether ignoring thoughts was the goal. Bodhidharma said no. Mindfulness is not a blindfold. A mirror that refuses to show dust cannot be trusted, he said. Let dust appear. See it as dust. Then move the duster once. He led them through Kinhin with eyes lowered, so the world's reflections flowed by at knee height. Sandals, hems, shadows, the pale shape of one's own hands. Nothing had to be rejected to be free. Non-aversion, he said gently, is as strong a medicine as non-attachment, and far kinder to swallow. He brought back the water calligraphy in the lower courtyard. Remember the character for strength that puffed and vanished. Its grace depended on evaporating. If someone had sealed the poem with varnish, it would have become a tile to grind. So with thoughts, seal them, they stiffen. Let them steam away, they water the air. Isn't it kinder, he asked, to feel a thought pass than to build it a throne? Zen masters might ask, what would happen if you let every idea finish its sentence without interrupting it with fear or applause? Another story walked up with the dusk. Two monks looked into a stream and saw the moon floating. One tried to scoop it into his sleeve and brought up cold water. The other bowed to the water and walked on with moonlight in his eyes. Perception names what seems to be. Wisdom recognizes the water's nature. Dependent arising sings here. The moon's reflection requires clear water, gentle wind, the angle of the gaze. Change any part, and the moon changes. When the eye softens, it sees through the picture to the conditions that lend it a momentary life. For a week, he offered a playful drill. Each evening, they sat with the basin at arm's length and without moving the head, attended to how the lantern's flame trembled on the water when the breath grew thin with striving, and steadied when the breath returned to the belly. No one announced results, yet shoulders lowered around the room as if someone had oiled the hinges of the day. The feather beneath the nostrils, remember, had taught softness in breath. Now the mirror taught softness in thought. Compassion, too, found its image there. If another's pain appears in your mirror, do you scrape it off or hold the mirror steady so they can see themselves kindly? Karuna asked not for judgment, but for availability. Bodhidharma modeled this by giving half his rice to a traveler who looked more hungry for a place than for food. The man ate, wept, and left. The basin still showed door, lantern, mountain slope. The scene could hold tears without corroding. He kept an ear open for rigidity, because mirror practice can curdle into self-surveillance. A student began reporting each mote with pride, as if flawless transparency could be earned like an emperor's merit. Bodhidharma laughed softly and splashed a palm through the basin until images shattered into bright noise. See? Even broken reflection is still just water, he said. If you fear the ripple, you will fear your own life. The aim was not a perfectly frozen surface, but a friendship with motion. Zen masters might ask, who is it that watches the mirror? Another master might answer by pointing to the basin itself. No watcher apart from water. No water apart from watching. Non-self does not abolish experience. It unhooks the need to own it. When ownership relaxes, awareness brightens the way the sky brightens when clouds thin. No one turns a switch, yet everything is easier to see. As night gathered, the reed in the doorway hummed once. The moth scribbled a last small curve in the lamplight. The kettle gave a gentle crack as it cooled, like a knuckle stretching after long work. The mirror leaned against the wall, blank as the cliff he had faced for 9 winters and 9 springs. The same lesson kept returning under different names: reed, feather, bamboo, basin, and each name loosened the same knot. The soft glow did not accuse, it clarified by patience. And the mind, seeing this, relaxed enough to reflect whatever dawn would bring, without fear of being stained by it. Winter came in clear steps, each colder than the last, and the mountain taught another grammar of steadiness. Before dawn, a wooden board near the hall door was struck with a measured rhythm. 3 deep knocks that walked through the dark like a calm messenger. The sound said what every practice says in its own accent. Life moves quickly. Wake gently. Don't waste the soft light that's already yours. Lanterns were lifted. Breath steamed. Sandals found the path by memory. The reed above the lintel gave its small hum and then rested, as if to bless the morning with one note. Discipline at the hermitage was not a clenched thing. It was the friendliness of routine. Bowls set out, cushions straightened, bodies arriving the way the sun arrives, at the speed of patience. Bodhidharma did not speak of iron as hardness. He spoke of iron as something tempered, heated, hammered, cooled, and therefore useful, not merely stubborn. He showed that keeping a schedule could be tenderness toward the self you will be in an hour. The Buddha taught right effort, 4 gentle labors of the heart. Prevent what harms from entering. Abandon what harms once it arrives. Cultivate what helps. And protect what helps once it sprouts. The words sounded like a gardener's list pinned by a magnet to the kitchen wall. Some imagined endurance as gritting teeth, but he reminded them of the bamboo's lesson: bend and return. In Winter's Bite, they practiced yaza, quiet, extra sitting after formal hours, not to collect merit like coins, but to keep the inner lantern trimmed. The room chilled toward stone. Then the warmth from low in the belly remade the climate an inch at a time. One light observation. A coal in the brazier shifted with a tiny tick, as if it nodded. Another, a thread on the robe cuff, curled from age and lay down. Another, the wind nosed the shutter and, finding it held kindly, moved on. Small things agreed to keep going. A quirky custom appeared on difficult mornings. The timekeeper carried the keisaku, the encouragement stick, polished smooth by years of hands. With a quiet bow, a sitter who felt their shoulders knot would signal consent, and the stick would tap across the muscles. 2 precise, ringing strikes. Not punishment, not performance, just a reset made of wood and trust. The sound lifted like a bell's echo and dissolved into breathing. It surprised newcomers how kindly it landed when invited. Bones remembered alignment. Attention brightened. The mirror mind cleared. The teacher sometimes said, "Even iron benefits from a light, true touch." He offered a day of samu, work as meditation, when snow fell thinly and lay like sifted rice. They split wood, carried water, scrubbed the low eaves, and brushed the path between stones so the older villagers wouldn't slip. Discipline became a community shape. The Buddha's teaching on compassion, karuna, took the form of clean steps and warm rooms. A monk who wanted nothing but more sitting discovered, with a broom in his hand, that the mind can become light while the floor becomes bright. The broom, Bodhidharma said, is a teacher with straws. Not all strength was quiet. Some mornings called for brisk walking along the ridge, breath matching steps, the bamboo on either side bowing like friends who refuse to let you walk alone. They counted, 1 with the breath, 2 with the step, until body and counting forgot to be 2. He asked them to notice when the mind tried to turn the outing into a race, to smile and return to the reed's hum. "We are not here to win," he said. "We are here to arrive." A modern echo slipped in. Progress bars fill on their own when the process is running. Staring at the bar does not help the file save faster. The iron in iron will was never used to armor the heart against feeling. A young monk stern with himself, treated every mistake as a nail to hammer. Bodhidharma led him to the basin by the door. "Watch," he murmured, and he stirred the water with a finger until the reflection shivered. They waited. It cleared. "Right effort isn't force," he said. "It's choosing the conditions that let clearing happen." What if discipline, the monk wondered aloud, was the gentlest way to keep a promise to his future self? Zen masters might ask, where does kindness end and discipline begin, if both are what help life? At night, the han, the wooden board, was struck again, this time with the message that practice continues even as the day closes its eyes. Some halls hang the board with characters carved into its face. Here, someone had tied a loop of twine to a nail, and that was signal enough. The sound traveled through the walls like ripples through tea. 3 light observations stitched themselves to the sound. Frost crystallized at the edge of the screen in a pattern like tiny ferns. The kettle's lid trembled once and settled, and somewhere a far dog barked twice and stopped as if remembering it was night. He told a story from down country about a woman who baked bread at dawn to sell in the market. She turned the dough every morning with the same phrase on her lips. "Wake, little warmth. Wake." Her loaves were known across 3 villages. When asked her secret, she said, "I love the routine that lets them feed someone on time." Bodhidharma smiled when he repeated it. Discipline, seen rightly, is love of what nourishes. It is not refusal. It is 1,000 small agreements with what matters. A lesser-known practice made the point tactile. On the 7th day of each month, they set a small stone near the door for each vow they had kept that week, a kind word offered instead of a sharp one, an errand for a neighbor, an extra round of breath counting when the mind wanted to quit. No one tallied another's pile. At dusk, they returned the stones to the path, letting the mountain keep the record. Merit was not the point. Steadiness was. Emptiness. Remember our water calligraphy meant that even good deeds didn't need to be varnished to remain good. He folded in a modern image without apology. Many carry devices that press them to close rings, to announce streaks. It can be useful, he said, if it remains a bell and not a boss. Right effort asks for continuity, not obsession. If a streak breaks, a compassion streak can begin. The iron that refuses to bend snaps. The iron that learns heat, hammer, and water becomes a blade that cuts confusion without cutting flesh. Some evenings, a student would whisper that he had failed, lost his temper, skipped a sit, drifted through work. Bodhidharma would gesture toward the bamboo and the mirror both. Bend and clear. Begin again. He tapped the belly with 2 fingers, the mountain breath, and a kind of reset entered the room, like opening a window a few inches. The great matter of birth and death was too great to be held with brittle hands. Zen masters might ask, if you changed nothing but the time you rise, how much of your life would rise with it? Or, if you made a ritual of 1 kindness daily, who would you become by spring? The questions were not orders. They were lanterns set along a path you already loved without knowing. Night drew itself closer. The reed by the door hummed once, and the hall's quiet widened. Someone wiped the Han board with a cloth as if thanking it. The brazier's last coal whispered into ash, and the air smelled faintly of pine and rice. Remember the feather below the nostrils, the reed on the river, the bamboo in the storm, the water writing that appeared and went. Every practice had been tempering the same metal. The iron will he taught was simply the will to keep being gentle again and again, until gentleness became stronger than anything that tried to harden the heart. The path below the hermitage curved beside a stream that kept its own counsel, speaking continually without seeming to tire. Bodhidharma liked to pause there after morning practice and watch water take the same stones it had met yesterday and turn them slightly more round. Nothing dramatic, no heroics, just the steady language of contact smoothing what is rough. The soft glow of his lantern life felt kin to this patient work. He recognized in the stream a teacher that never asked for applause. The Buddha praised Ksanti, the perfection of patience, not as passive enduring, but as the quiet courage to stay present with what rubs. When someone throws a thorned branch into the current, the stream does not debate the branch. It moves around and over, polishing both the wood and itself. Bodhidharma carried this image into the hall without making a doctrine of it. Let small frictions teach you, he would say, tapping the lower belly where the mountain breath lived. They are pebbles. Allow them to do their work. A basket sat near the doorway with a shallow dish of water beside it, and inside the basket were smooth pebbles gathered from the stream. After evening sitting, each person might take one, hold it while a particular irritation burned, an unkind word remembered, a plan delayed, a sip of tea spilled, and feel, without rehearsal, its cool patience. Then the pebble was rinsed in the dish and returned to the basket. The small ritual changed nothing and everything. Irritations still arose, but now they had a place to land and be rounded, the way the feather beneath the nostrils taught breath to stir but not fly. 3 light observations often accompanied the practice, as if to agree. A thread loosened from a sleeve and drifted down like ash. The kettle lid settled with a soft click that felt like a nod. Outside, a bamboo leaf let go of its stem and wrote a short, slanted line in the air. A story wandered up the mountain and joined the stream's lessons. Kyogen, a monk long ago, swept a courtyard without hope, having failed to grasp a teaching with his sharp mind. As he worked, a pebble flew from the broom's bristles and struck a stalk of bamboo with a clear, sudden note. In that unplanned music, his questions broke open. Understanding arrived not as a sentence, but as the world arriving whole. Some said it was the pebble that awakened him, others the bamboo, others the emptiness between. Zen masters might ask, which struck which? The pebble, the bamboo, or your own idea of yourself? Bodhidharma liked the story because it honored what is small. He had already met the emperor who counted merit like coins and discovered that ledger keeping stiffens the heart. Here, a tiny accident carried a bell's authority. When the reed above the hermitage door hummed in a gust, he sometimes heard Kyogen's bamboo there, the same reminder wrapped in different weather. Let the little sound finish itself. Your task is to hear. He guided the monks to a streamside exercise that took an hour, though time felt broader while they stood there. Find an irritation, he invited softly, something small enough to carry. They found plenty. Sand in a sandal, a neighbor's cough, the mind's insistence on finishing the count before the bell. They were asked to match each irritation with a sight. Water sliding along a stone's edge, foam hesitating and then dissolving, a leaf trapped briefly in an eddy and then slipping free. Right mindfulness sees the contact and names it accurately, he said. Right effort doesn't scold the water. It lets the polishing happen. A novice balked. But master, he said, what if the pebble is not small? What if the problem is large enough to bruise the heart? Bodhidharma nodded. Then we learn the difference between patience and neglect, he answered, pointing to a boulder that had fallen from a storm. The stream did not pretend the boulder was light. It widened, slowed, and altered course, wearing the stone down over seasons, while the village above built a brace to keep paths safe. Compassion and patience braided there. Ksanti rounded the edges. Karuna kept people from stumbling. The middle way again, in river form. He brought the lesson back indoors with a playful, lesser-known drill. During Kinhin, the walking meditation, they tucked a tiny pebble beneath the tongue for a single lap, just enough to notice the mouth's urge to complain, not enough to choke or strain. Demosthenes trained with stones, someone whispered, half amused. Bodhidharma shrugged off the comparison. This was not to sharpen speech, but to sweeten silence. By the time they returned to their cushions and let the pebble drop into the palm, many felt how small discomfort, acknowledged, becomes strangely companionable. The pebble, like a brief tightness in the heart, could be met and softened without a speech about it. 3 little observations kept volunteering to prove the point. Ink on a brush thinned and had to be refreshed. The circumference of a rice bowl bore a hairline chip that caught the cloth and asked for gentler wiping. Snow began as needles and remembered to become feathers. Nothing in the room scolded these minor frictions. The room kept being a room. And in that friendliness, the frictions turned themselves into teachers. He remembered the mirror basin by the door and the way a single ripple warped a face and then released it. He remembered the water calligraphy fading as the sun warmed the courtyard stones. He remembered the bamboo that bowed and rose, the feather that stirred but did not fly, the reed on which he'd crossed a river, not as miracle, but as trust. All along, the teachings had been asking for the same posture. Let what rubs draw you more round. Someone asked whether patience meant postponing justice. He shook his head. Patience is not the jailer of action, he said. It is the tempering of the blade. Iron untempered shatters. Patience and heat and water make it useful. The Bodhisattva vow, helping beings cross, needed both tenderness and timing. Sometimes the stream must be diverted to protect a village. Even then, the water keeps rounding stones in the new channel. Act, he urged, but without the sandpaper of hate. Hate scratches the heart in the shape of the enemy and leaves it there. He liked to set a small stone on the threshold on hard days, something barely taller than a thumb, and step over it with deliberate care each time he passed. The practice worked like a bell without sound. If a student stubbed a toe on it, he would smile and ask, "Were you here?" The sting itself became the teacher's rap on the desk. Even the kyosaku, the encouragement stick, was gentler when the body listened first. As dusk gathered, the stream kept talking softly, and the reed at the door added its almost note. Inside, someone brushed dust from the handboard and paused when the cloth snagged at a rough splinter. They turned the cloth, adjusted the pressure, and swept again. In that tiny change of angle, patience entered the room like an honored guest, unannounced. What would happen, Zen masters might ask, if every snag signaled a chance to turn the cloth? 3 more observations tucked the day to bed. A lantern flame leaned when a draft found the crack under the door and then righted itself. A spoon placed too close to the brazier warmed enough to remind the hand to move slower. The dog in the yard woke, circled once, and arranged its bones into comfort, polishing its night the way the stream polished stone. He folded his robe, glanced toward the basin, and felt the truth that the pebble in the stream had been whispering all along. Inner strength rarely arrives as a shout. It is the willingness to let 1,000 small touches round you. It is the humility to accept that water knows how to smooth rock, breath knows how to soften thought, and time knows how to turn harsh edges into something the hand can hold without bleeding. The emperor's ledger, if left by the stream, would blur into pulp and feed the reeds. The record that matters is written by patience on the body itself, shoulders lowered, jaw unlatched, eyes less quick to flare. He listened once more, and the stream's voice thinned into night. Tomorrow, it would return to its rounds, familiar and faithful. Tonight, it asked nothing but this: let the little things do their work. Let yourself be shaped by the gentlest forces you can find. Laughter found the mountain long before spring returned. It did not arrive as rudeness or as escape from effort. It came like sunlight that sneaks under a door and warms the toes before the mind notices. One morning, after the stream had polished its pebbles and the bowls were folded into their cloth, Bodhidharma paused at the lintel as the reed gave its faint hum. A novice, trying to echo the note, pursed his lips and produced a sound so thin it seemed to apologize for existing. The monk behind him snorted. Another tried to swallow a grin and failed. And in the small cascade that followed, the room loosened. The laughter was brief and light, like a bird landing on a branch and lifting off again. Bodhidharma's eyes creased. He nodded as if some hidden hinge had just moved the right way. He didn't scold. He let the laughter find its correct size in the room and then showed its use. The Buddha taught right view and non-attachment. Clinging to opinions about oneself is one of the heaviest loads a person can carry. Pride insists on a fixed story. I am already wise. I am irreparably foolish. Laughter lets the story breathe. It is not mockery, but loosening. Emptiness showing its friendliness again. When the self is not a statue, it can bow and return. There is an old tale about a cloth sack monk who roamed market streets laughing as if every cloud were telling a joke only he could hear. Children trailed him. Adults pretended not to smile and failed. He carried sweets in his bag and handed them out without checking who deserved them. Some say he was Maitreya in disguise. Others say he was simply generous, weather-wearing sandals. Bodhidharma liked the story because the laughter aimed at no one. It opened space, the way water calligraphy opens space on warm stone, appearing fully, vanishing cleanly, leaving the courtyard brighter. Because monks can turn anything into a project, he offered a quirky practice to keep humor alive, but honest. After evening sitting, the copper mirror was passed as usual. Each person fogged it with a slow breath and wiped it clear. Then the mirror lingered a heartbeat longer, and the holder was invited to try 3 faces: gate serious, self-important, and foolish, before relaxing into a soft half smile. No commentary, no teasing. Somehow, the room learned to laugh, not at the person, but at the needless armor that faces sometimes insist on wearing. 3 light observations came and went while the exercise settled in. Somewhere, the brazier gave a tiny tick as a coal shifted. A single rice grain cracked beneath a heel and made the smallest pop, and far off, a window latch clicked and then forgot its complaint. The world kept tossing quick, comic noises into the moment, and none of them required a judge. Disciples asked whether humor belonged in serious practice. Bodhidharma tilted the teapot so the pour would not splash. Remember how tea meets the angle? And said that laughter is simply a change of angle in the mind. Right effort protects wholesome states. Easy laughter protects the state of not taking the self too seriously. Without it, even bamboo would stiffen into spear. With it, bamboo remembers to be cane. He told a palace memory to loosen their shoulders. When the emperor had asked, "What merit have I gained?" and was told, "No merit," a courtier's face pinched itself into a knot. Bodhidharma remembered wanting to laugh, not at the man, but at how quickly a mind tries to defend a ledger. The ledger looked like armor, he said later, but it was a costume that didn't fit. The room smiled. They all knew costumes. They wore them whenever approval felt necessary. Zen masters might ask, "What costume are you defending when your seriousness grows heavy?" Winter play carried the point into the body. On certain crisp mornings, they held reed practice. Each person took a slender straw and, without blowing, tried to coax it into sound by letting a gust through the doorway do the work. When someone strained, the straw stayed mute. When someone relaxed into timing, the straw hummed as if relieved to be included. They learned, with laughter, that pride wants to blow. Humility listens for wind. The sound, when it came, matched the reed by the lintel, barely a note, more of a polite suggestion. And everyone felt how joy can be gentle and exact. The Buddha taught dependent arising. Laughter obeyed it precisely. It depended on humility, on safety, on the willingness to be seen without armor. When a newcomer arrived, brittle with sorrow, the room held stillness until Taoziasoa smile could land without shattering anything. Compassion went first. Humor followed like a bird that only lands on still water. In this way, kindness and laughter braided into a single thread that could lift a day together. He warned of the wrong kind of mirth, the harsh laughter that points outward like a spear. That kind polishes nobody. If your joke needs an enemy, he said, it is not yet wise. The pebble ritual at the doorway helped here. When irritation tried to make a spectacle, a monk might take a stone, feel its cool weight, rinse it, and return it. The room practiced jokes that rinsed the heart in the same way, leaving no grit. A novice tried to be clever. Master, if everything is empty, what's so funny? Bodhidharma smiled. The way we keep tripping over nothing, he answered. Emptiness is spaciousness. In that space, our seriousness often reveals its costume. He lifted the basin so the lantern's reflection slid across the water and back. Faces softened as they watched their own solemnity look briefly ridiculous and then dissolve. Modern life supplied examples that traveled well. On the glass rectangles in pockets, people curate themselves into statues. Be careful, he said. Stone cannot bow. He invited a secret practice for 1 week. Each time, pride lifted the shoulders an inch too high. Let the corners of the mouth rise, not a grin, just the suggestion of one. Then exhale to the belly. The feather beneath the nostrils would stir. The statue would remember. It is a person. 3 more observations made it easy to try. An email arrived with a cheerful ping and was allowed to wait. A coat on a hook swayed when the door opened and then found stillness. And a pencil rolled to the edge of the table and paused as if reconsidering its plans. He kept an eye on the line between play and distraction. Laughter that loosens is medicine. Laughter that leaks attention is sugar water. So he folded humor back into form, the way tea returns to a bowl. During Samu, when sweeping the path, the lead monk would occasionally step aside and bow to the broom, as if greeting an elder. The line of sweepers bowed in turn, not solemnly, but with the ease of those who know they are part of a gentle joke the world is in on. Pride, which hates to look silly, found no perch in such a procession. Work became play that still cleaned the stones. Once, a portrait painter from a nearby town visited and asked why Bodhidharma is sometimes depicted with a fierce scowl. Because a painted smile can be a lie, he said, and a painted scowl can scare away the part of you that lies. Then his eyes softened, and he added, "Real laughter is born where the scowl and the smile realize they are both masks. In that place beneath masks, the open space we keep discovering, strength feels like a lantern that doesn't mind who sees it." 3 quiet witnesses nodded from the edges of evening. The kettle's lid lifted once and settled like a contented breath. A moth traced a loose figure 8 near the lamp and drifted away. And outside, the dog turned twice and sighed into sleep. The room knew what to do with such small blessings. Notice, smile, return. Zen masters might ask, what would happen if you let the day laugh through you instead of trying to own the laugh? Another might hold up the mirror and say nothing at all. And in that silence, the reed by the door would offer its almost note as certification that the weather agreed. By the time spring loosened the mountain's shoulders, laughter had become another way of bowing, less visible, just as true. The bowls still wrapped into cloth, the bamboo still bowed and rose, the stream still polished stone. And now the air occasionally trembled with a small chorus that harmed no one and helped everyone. Even the emperor's ledger, if it had been left on a bench, might have smudged its ink and relaxed its columns. Inner strength, Bodhidharma saw again, is not heavy. It includes the lightness that makes room for everything to breathe. Reed and feather, mirror and pebble, scowl and smile, each appearing, each releasing, each returning to the soft glow that does not need applause to keep shining. The laughter that had loosened the room thinned into a soft hush as days lengthened. And talk of repairing an old temple in the next valley found its right time. They walked there at first light, Bodhidharma and a handful of students, following a footpath that stitched through stands of cedar and bamboo. The abandoned hall waited with doors ajar and floorboards pale from seasons of sun. Ivy had written its cursive along one wall. A spider had made a net between 2 roof beams that looked from below like a star map. They set down their bundles, rolled up the reed screens, and let the mountain air comb the place clean. Then they unwrapped their bowls, took a little tea, and sat. He did not speak of conquest, renovation, or ownership. He set out one cushion in the center of the empty room, as if placing a lantern in a clearing. And with a small bow, he took his seat. The others found their places along the grain of the floor, knees settling, hands forming the familiar mudra, breath returning to the belly. The hall, though empty, felt suddenly complete, as if the missing statues, bells, and banners had been here only to train the eye for this bare moment. The soft glow did not need objects to catch. It swam of its own accord in the place between inhale and exhale. The Buddha taught right concentration, sama samadhi, not as a trance that forgets the world, but as a steady placing of the mind that remembers everything without being dragged by anything. In the empty hall, that teaching showed its friendly face. Without altars to polish or schedules to announce, attention rested where it loved to rest most, in the present moment's simplicity. He had faced a wall for 9 winters and 9 springs to wear out argument. Here, he faced open space. The wall had been a teacher of boundaries. The hall became a teacher of completeness. A lesser-known practice took shape to honor the hall's bareness. On certain nights, a single person kept vigil there from dusk to dawn, tsuya, night-sitting, while the others slept. No candle was lit. Instead, a small clay cup was placed upside down on the floor by the sitter's knee. At the faintest sound, mice skittering along a beam, wind drawing its finger under the door, one bamboo leaf letting go and brushing the step. The sitter touched the cup once, as if greeting the sound, and returned to breath. The cup was not a tally or a test. It was a way to bow to the hall's own voice. In the morning, the cup was turned upright to say, "The night was heard." 3 light observations came and went inside that vigil like gentle punctuation. A knot in the floorboard pressed one knee and then softened as the body found a kinder angle. Somewhere in the roof, a thread of rain. Water traveled and stopped, leaving a faint coolness in the air. A distant owl gave one syllable and reconsidered. With each, the sitter's awareness widened without strain. Zen masters might ask, when no one else is watching, who receives your breath? Another might add, what breaks apart when the need to be seen puts down its load? Some days the villagers came to look, curious why monks would sit in a building no one owned. Bodhidharma welcomed them, poured tea, and smiled at their surprise. If emptiness is capacity, he said, echoing what he had offered near the mirror basin and the water calligraphy, then this hall is already rich. Dependent arising shimmered everywhere, The roof beam leaned on the pillar rested on stone. The stone drank moisture from the ground. The ground held the memory of rain. And the rain, every spring, learned its path from the mountain's shape. Even the air they breathed bore evidence of a forest at work. What could isolation mean in a net like this? He told a story about a temple with no images. During a war, statues had been carted away, and the bell melted into weapons. The remaining monks, young and shaken, asked an old woman from the village what they should worship. She shrugged and lifted the empty bell frame so that its vacant space swung once in the morning breeze. "This is enough," she said. The monks bowed to the space where the bell had been, and somehow the day began properly anyway. He liked the tale because it asked nothing extra of the heart. It simply pointed to the usefulness that emptiness keeps offering when schemes fall away. The three jewels, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, usually appear as teacher, teaching, and community. In the empty hall, their shapes blurred kindly. Buddha nature sat on every cushion because awareness sat on every cushion. The Dharma was not a shelf of books. It was the felt instruction of breath, posture, and the intelligence of silence. And Sangha, even alone at night, the sitter did not lack companions. The bamboo bowed and rose. The spider spun and waited. The reed by the lintel of the hermitage, far away, seemed to hum in memory whenever wind passed. In a net like Indra's, every jewel holds every other. Even an abandoned hall cannot actually be alone. To meet the mind's habit of narrating, he offered a small drill. For 1 hour each afternoon, someone would sweep the empty floor in slow squares, not to remove visible dust, but to let the body learn the room's pattern. At the corner of each square, they paused 3 breaths and let the thought, "I am alone," arise if it wished. Then they asked, quietly, "Alone from what?" and swept again. The question did not demand an answer. It folded into the motion like salt into soup. After a week, shoulders dropped, as if isolation had turned out to be a coat borrowed from a stranger. 3 more observations helped the question melt naturally. A shaft of sun crossed the floor and carried a bright procession of dust motes that looked like a festival of tiny lanterns. The grain in one board ran like water and made the broom's bristles sing. A child's laugh from far down the path arrived as a thin thread and then dissolved. If this was isolation, it was a kind that held the world without squeezing it. He remembered the emperor's ledger and felt again how numbers can fence in goodness. Here, without lists or witnesses, a person could be gentle for no one's record. Right. Intention, another spoke of the path, became simple and precise. Goodwill, harmlessness, renunciation of fuss. He did not deny the ache that visits when we think we are unseen. He showed that ache how to sit, breathe, and become room. A student asked about the fear that rises in open places. Bodhidharma walked to the doorway and traced with one finger the air where a threshold would be if the hall were finished. Fear is often a threshold, he said. Step with the breath, not against it. He reminded them of the feather once placed beneath the nostrils. The point was not to beat back wind, but to feel it lightly. The empty hall, too, was a feather for the heart. Touch it. Let it stir. Let it settle. Because practice can get sticky even here, he borrowed a habit from older monasteries and made it playful. At the end of the afternoon, the person who had swept would bow to the room and make a single, slow clap, hyoshigi, without the sticks, so that birds nesting in the eaves might lift and resettle. The sound gave the room back to itself. No one explained the ritual. It simply kept pride from hardening. If a clap felt showy, the sweeper skipped it. If it felt grateful, it happened. Strength prefers gratitude to display. Modern echoes came without breaking the spell. Offices, after hours, hum with a gentle motor sound. A library, before opening, smells of paper and dust and old sunlight. A hallway in a hospital at dawn can hold more prayer than any niche. He suggested that listeners find their own empty hall in the day. A few minutes in a parked car, a stairwell between floors, the kitchen before anyone wakes, and sit there as if wholeness had already arrived. Because, he murmured, it has. Zen masters might ask, if the temple's treasures were carried off, what treasure would you discover in being left behind? Another might point to the cup used in the night vigil and ask, when you touch the cup, who is it that's greeting the sound? The ear, the breath, the room, or the part of you that has never been separate? Questions like these do not tighten, they unlatch. Evening found them lifting the reed screens again so that the valley could see through. A moth wrote a small loop near the lintel and drifted away. The kettle in the travel kit gave one sympathetic click as metal learned the temperature of air. The broom's bristles leaned against the wall, exhaled a faint, grassy scent. They wrapped their bowls with the same care as always, bowed to the doorway that held no door, and started back along the path. The hall behind them seemed fuller than when they had arrived. It had taught, in its own accent, that isolation is often a misunderstanding of space. Bodhidharma walked at an ordinary pace, lantern unlit in his hand because dusk still had its own light. He remembered the laughter that had visited the hermitage, the pebble in the stream, the mirror by the door, the bamboo that bent and returned, the reed that hummed. All of them were already here in the empty hall. All of them were already here in the chest's quiet room. Wholeness was not a crowd. It was a fit, the fit between breath and body, mind and moment, person and world. And the soft glow, needing no witness, kept doing what it does, making enough light to walk by. Night walked them back along the cedar path, and the empty hall behind seemed to glow not with light, but with consent. At the hermitage, someone set a squat candle in a clay saucer and touched it with a coal from the brazier. A small wick learned to speak. The flame did not rush to fill the room. It decided on a size and held to it, a yellow tongue tasting air with modest appetite. Bodhidharma drew the reed screen nearly shut, so wind became suggestion rather than argument, and the students settled in a crescent around the saucer, faces warmed into gentler versions of themselves. The same soft glow that had followed them from shore to palace to mountain gathered now in a single point and made a circle of listening in the room. He lifted the saucer with both hands, and the flame leaned, then righted itself. Mind can be like this, he said, learning the room and returning. The Buddha taught equanimity, upekkha, as the even warmth that does not go cold with sorrow or boil with delight. It is not numbness. It is the steadiness that lets compassion keep working while weather comes and goes. Right mindfulness watches a thought gust across the wick. Right effort shelters without smothering. Right concentration rests where the flame rests. Upright because it belongs there. He had faced a wall for 9 winters and 9 springs to let the storm spend itself. He had learned from bamboo how to bow and return. He had watched the mirror basin release faces and reclaim water. He had heard a stream teach patience by rounding stone. He had laughed at the costume of seriousness and sat in a hall that was whole because of what it didn't contain. Now, the candle gathered those lessons into one small teacher that dancers call a still point, sailors a true, and gardeners simply good light. A lesser-known practice arose in certain temples on wind-prone ridges. The night of one flame. No lamps, no torches, no moon if clouds had their way. One candle was placed in the center, and through the hours, each sitter took a turn cradling it for a single slow circle of breath. 5 counts in the belly, 5 out, arms steady, shoulders loose, gaze lowered. If the flame leaned, they breathed lower. If it guttered, they sheltered the saucer with a hand shaped like a crescent moon, and then opened again. The point was not triumph over wind. It was intimacy with the exact conditions that make steadiness possible. In the morning, the wick, charred and light as a feather, was touched to a page of failed plans and burned them into useful ash for the garden. 3 light observations stitched themselves to the lesson as if the room wanted to help. The kettle's lid rose a hair and settled with a sound like a small agreement. A moth traced a single circle near the paper screen and disappeared into its own night. Somewhere under the floor, a mouse adjusted its nest with a tender, papery fuss, and then went still. Each little motion arrived, influenced the flame a breath's worth, and passed. The wick kept doing wick work. A student asked if the flame represented the self. Bodhidharma shook his head gently. "It represents the work," he said. "When you become the work, you don't need a symbol." He tipped the saucer again to show how a steady base makes a steady flame possible. Dependent arising stood close enough to warm the hands. Wick, oil, air, shelter. Change one condition, and the conversation the flame is having with the room changes. Equanimity isn't a personality trait. It's a relationship kept in good repair. He told a story about a teacher who gave 2 students candles to carry through a blustery cloister. The first cupped his flame with both hands, scowling, and reached the hall, sweating, proud, and trembling. The second walked with one palm open near the wick, relaxed eyes, and a breath like the mountains, low, honest, sufficient. His candle arrived upright, without drama. "Which flame is stronger?" the teacher asked. The answer wasn't a verdict. It was an invitation to feel the body's difference between clutching and tending. The reed you remember on the river didn't hold because it was throttled. It held because the traveler met it with the right pressure. Because some would make a method out of anything, Bodhidharma offered a gentle check. "If your equanimity requires nothing to occur," he said, "it is only avoiding." He slid the reed screen farther open. Wind came. The flame wavered. Life proved itself. And then he narrowed the gap until the wick found its measure again. Invite the guest, adjust the room, pour tea. He smiled. Equanimity hosts, it does not hide. Modern life, he noted, gives its own candle tests. A message arrives with the heat of a demand. A news flash blows briefly like a door flung wide. A progress bar stalls, a plan frays. The steadiness worth trusting is not the frozen screensaver of a mind that refuses to feel. It is the responsiveness of a lantern that can be carried down a hallway without dripping. When the feather beneath the nostrils stirs, when breath returns to the belly, the flame remembers the posture it loves. The reed above the lintel hummed once, and a narrow draught combed the flame. One monk flinched. "Let the flinch complete itself," Bodhidharma murmured, "and return." He set the saucer on the floor and asked them to match their inhalation to the flame's lift, their exhalation to its slight repose. This was not the staring of trance. It was the companionship of attention. They were learning not to command the candle, but to be the kind of room in which a candle does well. Zen masters might ask, what if your task is not to be unmoved, but to be good company for a small light? He remembered the emperor's ledger and how merit grows heavy when it wants witnesses. A candle does not applaud itself for not going out. It simply glows in a way that invites sight. Equanimity is like that, useful more than visible. In the empty hall, a single flame made space legible. In a crowded life, one steady breath makes choices legible. Right view notices when the mind is trying to turn steadiness into a trophy, and sets the trophy back on the shelf to be dusted by the next person who needs a laugh. A quirky drill made the point playful. For a week, during Samu, they set a candle near a door they often used. Each time they passed, they paused just long enough to feel whether their movement had created a breeze. If it had, they stepped again, a half-inch slower, and watched the flame answer. Yes, that. By the 5th day, feet learned the flame's grammar, how to carry urgency as care, not rush. Someone remarked that even the dog's tail seemed to swish more quietly. The room did not disagree. If the wick shortened and the flame began to gutter, they did not scold it for lacking fortitude. They trimmed what needed trimming, added what needed adding, and the flame resumed its chosen size. Compassion toward the conditions that steady you is part of equanimity. Without it, strength becomes an accusation. The bamboo had taught them to bend and return. The stream had taught them to polish and move on. The candle taught them to tend or be tendered by darkness. Both skills both aloud. When at last the saucer warmed the floor and the wick burned itself to a small ember, Bodhidharma lifted 2 fingers and closed them lightly, as if blessing the dark. No one hurried to replace the light. In the hush, breath took back its ancient job. The reed in the doorway remembered a softer note. The mountain lent its outline to the room like a friend giving a shoulder. "What would happen?" he asked, voice barely more than a breath over the cooling clay. "If you trusted your awareness to be this kind, upright, responsive, enough?" The question did not request an answer, only the posture that answers by living. Around them, darkness resumed its honorable work of resting things. The soft glow, now hidden, had not left. It had simply moved to where seeing begins. Fog braided itself through the cedars, and the path beyond the hermitage narrowed to a span of planks lashed to ropes over a small ravine. The bridge had weathered into kindness, boards silvered by rain, knots dark as old eyes, yet each step asked for presence. Bodhidharma paused at the near post, let the reed above the hermitage door give its faint hum in memory, and raised one hand for quiet. It wasn't a command. It was the same invitation a lantern makes tonight. Come as you are, and see what you already hold. This is the bridge of silence, he said softly. From this post to the far post, no words. Cross with breath, not with story. He had faced a wall for 9 winters and 9 springs. He had learned from bamboo to bow and return. He had watched the mirror basin show faces and release them. Now he offered a way to cross mental noise without wrestling it, by walking through it with the body's plain honesty. The boards creaked once, as if nodding. The Buddha praised noble silence, not as sulking, not as fear of speaking, but as the quiet that lets wisdom hear its own voice. Right speech, another spoke of the path, asks 4 questions of every utterance. Is it true? Is it timely? Is it beneficial? Is it kind? He added a 5th by gesture. Is it necessary? Sometimes the kindest, most truthful words ripen by not being said yet. Silence forms their husk until sweetness is ready. A quirky practice belonged to this bridge. Near the post, a shallow wooden bowl held smooth chestnut shells. Each person took one and closed it in the palm before stepping on. If they spoke, they were to drop the shell into the ravine, a small admission that the mind had grabbed at noise. If they crossed without words, they placed the shell in a clay jar on the far side. At supper, the jar's saved shells were boiled with rice until they softened and flavored the pot. "Let what we didn't say feed us," Bodhidharma smiled. The practice had the same friendliness as water calligraphy in the courtyard, appearing fully, vanishing cleanly, nourishing what remains. They began. The bridge moved with them in small, sea-like motions. Each soul learned the board under it, felt rope hold and yield, felt breath spread through the belly like a quiet fire. A crow said one syllable from a cedar and then reconsidered. A bead of dew let go from a frayed knot and clicked softly into the ravine. A strip of bark brushed a sleeve like a whisper. 3 light observations, and already silence had grown a spine. The world was speaking without trying to be interesting. By the second step, the mind, faithful to its training as narrator, tired of being left out. It offered a commentary. Careful here, slippery there, yesterday's quarrel, tomorrow's chore. Who saw me stumble? The bridge answered with a truth older than commentary. You have a body, and it is crossing. Bodhidharma had them count, 1 with the lift, 2 with the landing, until numbers themselves thinned like mist at noon. The feather beneath the nostrils would have stirred. The reed in the doorway would have given its almost note. The same instruments, different song. He told them earlier that Zen points directly to the heart, beyond scriptures, beyond the net of words. Here, he let that motto wear sandals. Halfway across, where the ravine opened enough to show a ribbon of water threading stones, he stopped and let the silence widen. A small wind tugged at sleeves and moved on. The Buddha once held up a flower, he murmured, almost to himself. And one student smiled. No commentary, no exegesis, just a gesture and a smile. Wordless truth is not against words. It is the source that makes the good ones possible. A novice, mind buzzing like a hive, nearly spoke. His chestnut shell warmed in his palm as if to ask, "Not yet?" He felt the bridge transmit instruction through the feet. Soften the knees, the way bamboo softens in wind. Let the belly take the weight, the way a bowl receives soup. Let the shoulder blades slide down the back like shutters finding their groove. The commentary lost oxygen. He crossed another board, then another. When the jar awaited his shell, his hand opened like a door that had been stuck for years and suddenly swung clean. Bodhidharma crossed last. He placed one palm lightly on the rope and felt how tension and slack learned each other. Dependent arising stood there in knotted hemp. This side holds because that side holds. The middle sways because the air remembers rivers. You cross because 100 hands and storms and seasons taught the bridge to be a bridge. Silence did not erase those facts. It allowed them to glow. Right view, in that moment, meant seeing how nothing stands alone, including the one who believes he stands alone. 3 more small witnesses made themselves available. A strand of spider silk caught the light like a harp string. The leather thong of a sandal creaked once and relaxed. Steam from a traveler's cup upridge arrived as a faint sweetness and vanished. No one had to adopt a special expression. Quiet knows what to do with itself. Zen masters might ask, what would happen if you crossed the rest of your day as you crossed this bridge, feeling each board rather than narrating it? Another might add, when you stop speaking, which voices get a chance to help? On the far side, they turned their shells into the jar and sat among alders whose leaves trembled like small hands at prayer. Bodhidharma drew a circle in the dust with a twig and let it stand as a moon for those who liked symbols. Then he smudged the circle with his heel. Words are useful up to the point of use, he said. Silence is useful up to the point of kindness. Know the points. The Buddha had sometimes held noble silence when asked unhelpful metaphysical puzzles, not because he disdained questions, but because some knots tighten when pulled. He preferred to teach where life was actually breathing. To keep silence from calcifying into a pose, he offered a counter-practice on the return. At the near post, each person whispered one precise, kind sentence to the person behind them. The kind of sentence that right speech blesses. True, timely, beneficial, and kind. Then silence resumed. The effect was medicinal. Words regained their weight by being measured. Silence regained its warmth by releasing words that needed to live. The chestnut shells, boiled later with rice, tasted faintly sweet, as if the unsaid had ripened into nourishment. Because minds love rules more than living, he warned them gently. If you use silence to punish, it will spoil in the jar, he said. If you use words to decorate the self, they will stick to your teeth. He pointed to the ravine where the stream kept talking. Let both be bridges. Walk both. A story from another valley drifted in like wood smoke. The layman Vimalakirti, asked to explain non-duality, answered with thunderous silence. In that pause, minds in the room found they had already crossed. Some later argued the silence was the teaching. Others said the readiness to hear was the bridge. Bodhidharma laughed softly when retelling it. The argument missed the point the way staring at the reed misses the wind. The two belong to each other. They crossed back as cloud thinned and the sun, unsure of itself, touched a board and drew back. A thread on someone's sleeve snagged and then let go with a friendly whisper. A pine released a small sprinkle of scent, as if to say, "Good." At the post, the reed in memory gave its almost note again. Or perhaps a bird in a nearby bush granted permission on its behalf. The hermitage came into view like a thought that had stopped needing to be explained. "What breaks?" Bodhidharma asked in that lantern-warm cadence. "When you stop narrating your every step, what appears that had no room before?" He didn't wait for answers. He let the questions become part of the bridge, boards underfoot after the feet have left them. Later, in the hall, he would pass the copper mirror, and someone would fog it with a breath that rose from the belly. And someone else would laugh lightly at a face that had forgotten its costume. And the candle would find the shape of the room without argument. All of it, the same lesson changing masks. The soft glow is here before the sentence begins and after it ends. That night, the clay jar, now empty of shells, cooled on the shelf. The stream wrote its small script in darkness. A moth landed once and chose to be still. 3 last observations settled the day like hands smoothing a sheet. The kettle sighed and rested. A floorboard remembered how to be quiet where it once complained. And the dog outside turned once and forgot to keep watch. Silence had been a bridge, yes, but also a homecoming. The breath's own room, wide enough for everything that did not need to be said. A path curved beyond the bridge to a low wetland where each summer pads spread like small green rafts and pale blossoms lifted as if surprised by their own courage. The villagers called it the Lotus Place. In spring, it looked unpromising. Brown water, black silt, a smell like the inside of a root cellar. But Bodhidharma seemed drawn to it as to a familiar page. He stood at the bank with his hands folded and let the scene print itself on his breath. Dark ooze underfoot, the hush of reeds, a dragonfly stitching blue thread across the air. The lantern-warm tone of his presence made the marsh feel less like a mistake and more like a classroom that had taken off its shoes. The Buddha taught that suffering, dukkha, is woven through ordinary life, and that its honest recognition opens the noble path. He did not glamorize mud, but he refused to deny it. Here, the lotus answered the teaching in plant language, roots drinking darkness, stalks rising clean, petals lifting unsmudged. Purity in Buddhism never means sterilized. It means free enough to touch the world without being captured by it. Bodhidharma had faced a wall for 9 winters and 9 springs so that turbulence could exhaust itself. He had learned from bamboo to bow and return. Now the marsh offered a mercy that felt like kin to both. Beauty built from the very thing we try to avoid. A novice wrinkled his nose at the smell. Bodhidharma smiled and stepped down until one sandal sank an inch. "This is where clarity eats," he said softly. "The flower doesn't argue with its kitchen." He knelt and lifted a handful of muck, letting it silk back into the water. "Dependent arising," he murmured, "isn't a theory. It's breakfast. Sun, stink, silt, timsaw, cool nights, warm days. Change any piece, and the blossom changes too." Right view means learning to see the recipe instead of worshiping the plate. A lesser-known practice from older monasteries had the same friendliness to humble materials. The robe tradition of Nyoho-e, according to the Dharma, asked monks to sew garments from cast-off cloth, then dye them with things the world ignores: bark, tea leaves, iron-rich mud. The result was the color they called earth, a brown that remembered rain. In some halls, the sewing was done in silence, except for a single thread song hummed under the breath. And when a patch resisted, the sewer paused, inhaled to the hara, and thanked the fabric for telling the truth about tension. The robe's beauty came not from hiding its pieces, but from letting seams be seen. Wear your history without letting it snag the hand. That was the robe's sermon. 3 light observations drifted across the pond, as if to sign the footnote. A frog plopped somewhere to the left, leaving only widening rings. A breeze lifted the edge of a pad and laid it back with the gentleness of a librarian closing a book. A reed clicked once against another and decided that was enough music for now. He told a story that villages traded as if it were a coin of luck. A woman who sold lotus roots at market lost her temper one morning and shouted at a boy who jostled her baskets. Shame colored her face all day. That night, she trimmed the roots and found one shaped like a heart, its tunnels clean as a bell. She carried it back to the stall at dawn, sliced it thin, and gave the pieces away until the shame dissolved. No mud, no root, no root, no heart, the grandmothers said, shrugging as if kindness were the simplest arithmetic. Bodhidharma liked the tale because it did not pretend the shout hadn't happened. It composted the shout. Modern life knows compost. even if we keep it in sealed bins with tidy labels. Coffee grounds, peelings, spent tea, the leavings of being alive, turn to soil when heat and time and organisms we never hired do their work. He invited a weekly practice that joined monastery and kitchen, set aside a small jar not only for food scraps, but for mental scraps, brief notes on irritations, disappointments, embarrassments. On the 7th day, take the lid off both jars and read the notes once, aloud, with breath in the belly. Then tear them into strips and mix them gently into the compost. Tidy it. Bow. Let the unseen workers finish the job. Right effort protects wholesome states. This was protection by transformation. When a student fretted that mud seemed to excuse everything, Bodhidharma shook his head. Mud is not an alibi, he said. It's a teacher. The Lotus Sutra, if he had been in the mood to quote, which he wasn't, praises awakening that rises unstained from the world. But he preferred to point. See how the water beads and slides, he said, touching a petal. The bead is your contact with trouble. Let it form. Let it go. That is purity. Not never touching, but never sticking. He brought out the copper mirror and set it on a flat stone by the bank so the sky's white could lean over it. When the pond is all we can smell, he said, we forget the flower. When the flower is all we praise, we forget the pond. Look whole. He invited them to walk the muddy edge in kinhin, one step per breath, eyes lowered so they saw stalks rising from their dark lunch directly into their clean green work. A slip here or there left a sandal streak. Laughter rose and fell without mocking anyone. The bridge of silence had taught their mouths how to be kind. The pond taught their feet. 3 small witnesses kept the lesson awake without fuss. A dragonfly landed on the same reed twice and then chose another. The sun slid past a cloud and found a shimmer hiding in plain sight. Far off, someone closed a gate, and the click arrived without needing a story. He recalled the emperor's ledger and felt again how keeping score makes goodness heavy. Here, the accounting worked differently. Mud gave, lotus lifted, insects fed, people cooled their eyes with color and were quiet for a minute they might otherwise have given to worry. Merit, if it exists anywhere, might exist in that minute of quiet. You cannot tally it without bruising it. You can only receive it and wrap your bowls as usual. A novice asked whether he should aim to be a lotus, pure, above the muck, or a gardener, hands in mud, eyes bright. Bodhidharma brushed his palm across the water so that ripples lapped a stem and then faded. If you aim, he said, aim for the relationship. compassion is the hand that reaches. Wisdom is the petal that does not keep what it cannot keep. Together, they are one plant. The Bodhisattva vow grows best where roots and blossoms can still greet each other by name. Because mind's like a toy, he offered a small, quirky drill for the week. Each evening, write one sentence that begins, "Thanks to the mud," and finish it honestly. I learned to apologize. I stopped hurrying. I found a friend on a bench outside the clinic. Place the slips beneath the cushion before sitting. When the week ends, read them once, then crumble them and water a plant with the paper dust. If tears come, they can be part of the watering. Tears are good at dissolving ink. Zen masters might ask, if you washed your life so hard it lost all its earth smell, would anything still grow? Another might tilt the mirror so you can see the underside of a pad, roots and wattled stems like a city under a lake, and ask, which side is the pure side? Or, is the blossom embarrassed by its kitchen? Questions like these do not mock pain. They open the window so pain can breathe and become food. As the sun lifted, one blossom began to loosen its pale pages. The room of the pond brightened in the precise way a face brightens when a kind sentence lands. 3 more tender sounds stitched the morning closed. The kettle at the hermitage clicked its agreement with heat. A wind chime on a neighbor's porch gave only one note and let the rest be silence. And the dog up the path shook its coat and forgot whatever it had been guarding. He turned back toward the ridge at an ordinary pace, sandals holding a little of the marsh and letting it dry in the air. The candle on last night's saucer would still be a curl of blackened wick. The mirror basin would show whomever arrived. The reed in the doorway would offer its almost note to any honest wind. He did not need the pond to be perfect to be grateful. He needed only the reminder the lotus kept giving, without speeches. Let difficulty feed you. Let beauty be unafraid of its roots. Let the soft glow show itself not in the absence of mud, but in the exact way it rises from mud and keeps opening. Morning pulled a pale thread through the cedars, and along the path a single white feather rested where last night's wind had let it go. Bodhidharma stooped, turned it in his fingers, and smiled the way a person smiles when a lesson arrives on its own feet. He set the feather on the threshold stone, just where the reed in the lintel liked to give its almost note, and the monks gathered without being called. The feather moved when the door breathed. It settled when the room remembered how to be still. He told them that strength does not always wear iron. Sometimes it wears air. The Buddha taught the precepts, simple vows that keep the mind unburdened, not to harm life, not to take what isn't offered, to be careful with desire, to speak truthfully and kindly, to keep the mind clear. He named them not as chains, but as cushions, not as weights, but as feathers on the scale of the heart. Hold them lightly and daily, he said, and they will outlast stone. They had already met lightness in many masks, the reed that hummed, the feather beneath the nostrils, the bamboo that bent and returned, the candle that steadied by tending its conditions. Today he gave the lightness a home. For a week, each person would keep a small feather tucked in a sleeve, or balanced on the back of the hand during kinhin, or resting on the palm while bowing at dawn. The rule was not to trap it. If the feather fell, they were to notice what clenched, shoulder, jaw, breath, and soften without scolding themselves. One monk discovered that his jaw set first, like a door swelling in damp weather. Another learned that his breath ran high and thin whenever he wanted to be praised. The feather told the truth with kindness. A novice with the shoulders of a porter frowned. Can something so light make me strong? Bodhidharma set the feather on the man's open palm. Keep it, he said, not with grasping, but with attention. The man carried wood that afternoon and, without meaning to, tightened around the small task. The feather trembled, slid, and glided to the floor like a lesson arriving on time. He laughed, relieved, and his strength gentled. 3 light observations joined him in their usual way. The kettle lid made one soft click and settled. A moth penciled a thin ellipse near the lamp and vanished. And outside, a dog exhaled as if the night had stroked its ribs. Right effort, the gardener's list, asks for 4 labors of the heart. Prevent what harms. Abandon what harms once it arrives. Cultivate what helps. Protect what helps once it sprouts. The feather became a tiny signal flag for all 4. If anger rose, the feather showed the gust. Prevent by breathing low into the belly. If harshness had already spoken, abandon by bowing and telling the truth. Cultivate by choosing one phrase of kindness and letting it land without pomp. Protect by returning to the smallest faithful act. Wipe the bowl, fold the cloth, square the cushion, so the helpful state doesn't wither from neglect. Small is not a prelude to large. Small is the hinge on which large keeps turning. A lesser-known temple game made this visible. At dusk, they set a thin strip of ash paper across the rim of a cup, feather on top, and tried to blow only enough to float the feather without disturbing the paper too, hard, and both flew, too timid, and nothing moved. The sweet spot taught itself through the lips. People grinned at their own excess and tried again. It was laughable and holy at once, like water calligraphy in the courtyard, appearing fully, vanishing cleanly, leaving the air better for having been moved just enough. He remembered the emperor's ledger and how heavy goodness becomes when it asks to be admired. He refused to make the feather a badge. "If you drop it," he said, "bow, breathe, return. No tally, no shame. Merit, if it grows here at all, grows root deep where counting cannot reach." He nodded toward the stream that polishes stone a grain at a time. "A feather can move a life," he murmured, "if you let it move you daily." He told a story as if placing a pebble in a pocket. A traveling monk boasted that he trained by carrying sacks of rice up temple steps. An old woman laughed and handed him a sparrow's feather. "Carry this without curling your fingers," she said. He failed 10 times before noon and succeeded once at dusk. "There," she nodded. "Now carry that one success for a year." Strength met him under his ribs, in the place where the feather beneath the nostrils had once taught him not to blow his life away. To keep the practice from hardening into superstition, he changed its shape mid-week. "Today," he said, "your feather is a sentence. May I cause less harm. Let it ride the breath. Do not pin it to outcomes. Let it stir. Let it settle." Throughout chores and conversations, the wish moved like a small bird through the chest. Where the old habit was to push, the sentence asked for fit. Where the old habit was to grip, the sentence asked for guidance. A bowl wiped with that wish shone longer. A correction spoke with that wish landed softer and stayed heard. The reed above the lintel seemed to agree with a shy hum. He folded in ethics without parade. The precepts were not thunder. They were daily weather, cool shade for beings who passed beneath your branches. Non-harming might mean carrying a basket so the bruise on someone's wrist didn't deepen. Truthful speech might mean letting the bridge of silence do the teaching and saving your chestnut shell to sweeten the rice. Sobriety might mean noticing that a certain headline made your hand shake and choosing to breathe before reading. Featherweight choices, he said, change the angle of the day. Change the angle, and everything slides in a kinder direction. Zen masters might ask, what would happen if you reduced every effort by the weight of a feather and increased every kindness by the same? Another might smile and answer, before you do, you would last longer. Endurance, he showed, is what lightness makes possible. The bamboo taught this in storms. The candle taught it in drafts. The mirror taught it when faces arrived and left without residue. Now the sleeve knew it too. He warned of a common mistake. Some imagine lightness to be the absence of commitment. A feather is not a shrug, he said. It is direction without aggression. To show the difference, he placed the feather on the rim of the copper mirror and tilted the surface a breath's width. The feather slid as if obeying a law, not a shout. "This is vow," he said softly. "It moves you because you shaped the angle." The Bodhisattva vow, helping beings cross, often travels best on such inclines, quiet gradients you can keep for years. Because bodies learn what words only point to, he set a path of quiet drills. During Samu, walk with a bowl filled to the lip and allow the surface to whisper back if your step turns harsh. In Zazen, let the breath be only strong enough to stir the feather you remember beneath the nostrils. If it flies, soften. If it lies still as stone, enliven. At the doorway, pause so the reed can finish its almost note before you pass. These little courtesies are the architecture of enduring strength. 3 more observations, placed like stones to help a foot cross, kept the teaching company. A drop of tea hung on the spout and did not fall until the cup was ready. A sash caught on a splinter and released when the hand stopped hurrying. A pine's shadow moved the width of a finger across the threshold in the time it took to pour a second cup. The world seemed to like this lesson. A monk, tired in spirit, wept after dropping his feather for the 7th time before noon. Bodhidharma did not praise perseverance or scold clumsiness. He lifted the man's hand to the level of his heart and waited until the wrist softened. "There," he said, "that is the strength I trust." The feather settled and stayed as if relieved. Later, the same monk crossed the bridge of silence and for the first time did not narrate his feat. When he reached the far post, he placed his shell in the jar as though setting down a small, bright stone. Modern life offered its echoes. A phone buzzed and was allowed to wait 2 breaths. An email drafted with heat was saved to drafts and cooled by tea. A driver left a car length for a stranger to merge and felt the body register the permission as if someone had opened a window. These were feathers, all of them. None would be news. All would be nourishment. He ended the week by placing the feather back on the threshold stone. A breeze came as if on cue and almost moved it. The reed hummed once. The lantern flame in memory found its steady size. The mirror basin showed the sky passing without trying to own it. "The strongest things I know," he said, "arrive softly." Then he asked, and the question took up the room without raising its voice, "If you trusted the lightest part of you to lead, how long might your kindness last?" By late summer, the cedars threw narrow shadows like brushstrokes on the path, and stories of a tiger began to travel with the wind. Villagers spoke of pads pressed into damp soil near the lotus place, of a low cough at dusk, of eyes like two small lamps in the reeds. Fear is a good runner. It arrived long before the cat did. Bodhidharma listened to the reports the way he had listened to the emperor's ledger, respectfully, without letting the numbers rule the heart. He set a bowl on the threshold stone beneath the reed that loves to hum, and invited everyone to place one breath there each morning, as if filling the bowl with steadiness. Then, without trumpet or drama, he walked the bend where the marsh meets the cedar line. The Buddha taught that feeling arises with contact, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, and that clinging to any of these turns weather into a storm. Fear, he reminded them, is not an enemy. It is an unpleasant feeling, plus a story about what it means. If the story loosens, the feeling can finish its work. So he walked until the air changed. A musk ribboned out of the reeds. A silence gathered birds into stillness. Then eyes appeared, amber, round, steady as lanterns, and the world narrowed to a gaze meeting a gaze. He did not lift his hands. He lowered his breath. The hara, that low bowl he'd been teaching them to trust, filled and emptied on its own good rhythm. Bamboo had taught him to bow and return. The candle had taught him to tend conditions. The mirror basin had taught him to show and release. Now the tiger's gaze asked the same friendship in another accent. "Be here." A whisker quivered. The animal's ribs made a small wave beneath its striped coat, the same wave the mountain makes when wind learns how to pass. There is an old story, traded between valleys and seasons, of a monk smiling at a tiger until the stripes softened into grass. Whether it happened is not the point. The point is that fear can be hosted by presence. Bodhidharma did not smile as a trick. He softened the mouth because hard mouths make hard eyes. He met eyes without challenge. 3 light observations pinned the moment to the earth. A reed clicked once and was still. A dragonfly drew a blue thread across the air and tied no knot. A drop fell from a pad to the pond, and the circle widened exactly as far as it could, and no farther. He spoke then, not to the tiger, but to the wind. "You may pass," he said, the way one might address a worried child. without naming the worry. The tiger's head tilted a degree, as if a door had opened in an unfamiliar house. Right view is not a theory. It is seeing that this being, too, is subject to hunger, heat, and change. Karuna, compassion, does not mean stepping forward to be devoured. It means refusing to make an enemy of a nervous life. The cat blinked, a slow shudder. The gaze held without narrowing. Bodhidharma's breath rode low and simple. After 3 more breaths, the grass accepted the tiger again. It turned, the reeds stitched themselves closed, and the marsh remembered its chores. He walked back by the bridge of silence without crossing it, because words sometimes need a little time to find their right size. In the hall, a few faces looked up as he entered. He lifted a palm to say, "Yes," and sat. The reed in the doorway gave its almost note. Somewhere the kettle lid clicked and settled. A moth traced one brief question mark and forgot the question. Outside, the dog issued a single surprised huff and decided night was not an emergency. The room learned the shape of the story from these small witnesses before any sentence was spoken. When he did speak, it was to offer a practice as humble as water calligraphy and as exact as the feather beneath the nostrils. Courage, he said, is a posture, not a performance. For a week, each person would carry a tiny bell, the kind with a rice grain sealed inside, looped on a thread around the wrist during kinhin and simple tasks. The bell was the teacher. If the hand shook with dread or tightened with bravado, the bell told the truth. The point was not to make it silent by force, but to learn the hush that good alignment gives. Like the candle in a draught, steadiness arrived when conditions were tended. Breath low, jaw soft, shoulders released, attention wide. He called it, with a grin he could not hide, the tiger's gaze drill. Not because it made you fierce, but because it trained you to be looked at by fear without flinching into story. On the second day, a monk who dreaded speaking up at council found that when the bell rested, his voice rested too. On the third, a nun who startled at thunder noticed the bell quiet under her palm when she let the sound finish itself. By the fifth, someone walked the bridge with the bell still and discovered that silence can cross silence without rattling. A novice asked whether courage meant never being afraid. Bodhidharma shook his head. Courage means fearing right, he said. Right where the body actually lives. He touched the chest, throat, belly, sensations, then lifted a finger as if weighing air story. The Buddha's teaching on the 5 aggregates came home again. Form, feeling, perception, formations, consciousness. None an owner, none a prison. When fear stays in the body, he said, it moves. When it gets promoted to the throne of identity, it orders you around. Zen masters might ask, what happens if you let fear be a visitor instead of a king? Because temple life should teach with props the way the world does, he added a night practice under the eaves on the next storm. No one was sent to waterfalls or graveyards. No heroics were asked. They stood where roof drip met stone and let cool drops find their wrists. Each drop was the bell. Each drop said, now. Breath vacillated at first, shallow in the high chest, then remembered the belly. Someone laughed quietly when they realized the mouth had been clamped without permission. The reed hummed approval. The candle inside found its size. The mirror by the door swallowed the scene and returned it clean. Modern life offered its own tigers with plastic teeth. A phone flashes a name that tightens the throat. A smoke alarm chirps at 2 a.m. A headline arrives like a gust through a screen. Meet them where your wrist bell lives, he suggested. Posture first, story second. 3 light observations made the medicine easy to swallow. A page in a book released its static cling with a tiny sigh. The jacket on the peg remembered its own weight and hung still. A pencil rolled a thumb's width and reconsidered its ambition. Someone asked about righteous fear, the kind that warns of real harm. He nodded at the lotus place. The flower isn't naive about mud, he said. Courage is not gullibility. It is clarity. Precepts help here. Non-harming, truthful speech, sobriety of mind, feathers that keep the scale honest. If the tiger returns hungry to a courtyard, you do not offer your hand. You offer noise and distance so 2 lives can leave intact. The middle way. Again, not bravado, not collapse. Fit response, like pouring tea at the right angle. He told a small tale from a winter market. A woman selling bread saw a dog bare its teeth at a child. She did not shout "monster" or pretend it was nothing. She set down her basket, put her body between, and spoke low. Later she said, "It wasn't bravery. It was remembering where my feet were." Bodhidharma smiled. Courage often feels like that, ordinary feet remembering their job. To keep the lesson from dissolving into anecdote, he gave them a single sentence to carry for a month. Like a feather under the tongue, turn toward, then choose. Turn toward the the sensation of fear, throat, belly, hands. Let it register. Then choose your action in the light of the precepts. The bell on the wrist would tell if they fled their own bodies while pretending to be decisive. The jar that once held chestnut shells now held these bells at night, a soft congregation of little quiets. He looked back toward the reeds at dusk more than once. Perhaps the tiger looked back. Perhaps it didn't. Important things rarely announce themselves twice. But the path learned a different sound under their sandals, the sound of people whose breath arrives low and kind, who can be looked at by danger without becoming danger, who can be looked at by fear without turning to stone. The emperor's ledger would have tried to count such moments and would have ended up with a smudge that still smelled faintly of ink. Better, he thought, to let the stream polish them into habit. As night came, 3 small comforts closed the door softly. The kettle breathed out and rested. The moth wrote a tiny, invisible word and put down its pen. The dog curled into a warm comma beside the threshold. The reed gave its almost note. The candle found its shape. The mirror showed a room that had met a gaze and not broken. What would happen, he asked, more breeze than voice, if you let fear teach you its favorite lesson, that you are still here, and then bowed and continued? The question needed no witness. It crossed the dark like eyes in reeds and laid down beside breath, the way courage prefers to arrive, quietly, exactly on time. Evening gathered like a shawl over the cedars, and steam curled from the kettle in a thin, faithful ribbon. Someone set the bowls out, unwrapped in that same choreography of just enough, and the reed above the doorway gave its almost note, as if the room were clearing its throat to say grace. A novice moved with care, and because the world prefers honesty to perfection, the world asked for one more lesson. His sleeve brushed a cup. Porcelain met stone with a single, bright syllable. The room inhaled. Shards lifted their pale faces to the lantern and waited to see what the heart would do. Bodhidharma did not rush forward. He let the sound finish being a sound, the way he had let the tiger's breath finish being a breath. Then he knelt and touched one edge with a finger, as if greeting an old friend who had simply changed clothes. "There," he said softly. It told the truth. The Buddha taught that all conditioned things are impermanent, anicca, not as a threat, but as the very possibility of tenderness. Because things change, we can meet them as they are. because they break, we can love them while they are here. The emperor's ledger would have tried to charge the moment as a loss. The stream below would have called it shaping. A forest teacher, far away and long ago, used to hold up a cup and say, "For me, this cup is already broken." He would drink, admire light on glaze, set it down with care, and smile when one day it finally shattered. Of course. The point was not coldness, it was intimacy. Loving a thing as already passing lets love be light enough to land. Bodhidharma told that story now, not to excuse clumsiness, but to invite a kinder grip. "Can you feel how the heart loosens?" he murmured. "When it stops begging glass to be stone?" They kept a repair bench in the corner, a low table, rice paste, linen strips, sap that dried to amber. And from time to time, they mended what could be mended. In certain seasons, a pinch of fine powder was mixed into the lacquer, so the seam would catch the lantern's glow like a thin crescent moon. Cups returned to service with small golden fault lines that read like biographies in a language the hands could read. It was a lesser-known temple practice, nearly playful. Once a month, evening tea was served in the most repaired cups on purpose, as if to say, "Drink from history, not despite it." Not every break asked for glue. On a shelf near the door sat a shallow tray, labeled in a neat hand, "Gone things." A cracked lid that no longer fit, a handle smoothed by years that had finally parted company with its bowl, a sliver of glaze like a thumbnail of sky. The room kept them the way a poet keeps a line that never found its poem, not as trash, but as reminder. When wind worried the eaves, the pieces chimed softly against each other, a tiny conversation about arrivals and departures. 3 light observations joined that conversation without trying to be wise. The kettle's lid clicked once and rested. The paper screen lifted and settled as if a large creature had breathed on the house. A single grain of tea jumped in the tin like a salmon, and then remembered it was dry. Right view looked at the floor and saw more than shards. It saw causes and conditions, sleep and practice and human hands, wet cloth and slick glaze, a sleeve distracted by a sudden thought, and it refused to invent an enemy where none existed. Right effort asked for 4 gentle labors. Prevent future slips by making a little more room on the tray. Abandon the story that makes a boy into a villain. Cultivate patience by picking up each piece with breath in the belly. Protect tenderness by letting a joke arrive only when the body has stopped bracing. The Buddha's medicine did not scold. It showed where to place the hands. Bodhidharma gathered the largest curve as one might lift a sleeping bird. He set the pieces in a cloth with the same care they once gave the bowl itself, then poured a thin ribbon of tea onto the threshold stone and into the soil just beyond. A quiet, quirky rite lived in this hermitage. Whenever something dear cracked unfixably, a sip was offered back to earth with the words, "Thank you for having been a cup." The reed hummed, and for a moment even the evening seemed to bow. Modern life knows this lesson in its own small griefs. A screen spiderwebs at the corner, a favorite mug chips on the sink, a message thread with someone you love ends without a tidy bow. He suggested an experiment that felt like placing the feather under the nostrils again. Hold one ordinary thing today as already broken, he said, not morbidly, but gently. The shoe whose sole will one day loosen, the plant whose leaves will yellow, the battery that will forget its charge. Notice how the touch changes when the future is no longer a bargain. Do you rush less? Grin more? Place it down with a friendliness you didn't know you owned? A novice, cheeks hot, asked whether impermanence did not make attachment pointless. Bodhidharma smiled and tipped the copper mirror so lamplight slid across its face and returned. Because a song ends, he said, we listen. The lotus place had taught them this with scent and color. The blossom opens and closes, opens and closes. Its schedule is its beauty. The candle had taught it by needing a trimmed wick and air. The bamboo had taught it by bowing and forgetting the bow a moment later. What if the teacup is your reminder that gratitude's window is now? To keep the lesson from becoming a sigh, he set a playful drill. For 7 evenings, before the Han board was struck, one person would choose a 2-minute treasure. A bowl of rice still steaming, the smell of rain in cedar, the dog's head briefly on a knee, the small treasury of a lived day. They would announce it in a single sentence, and in the next breath, name how it would pass. Steam fades, scent thins, the dog will stand. Then everyone would sit 2 minutes longer and feel the treasure while it was still here. The jar that once held chestnut shells soon held folded slips crowded with tiny elegies that somehow enlarged rather than emptied the room. 3 little witnesses signed the page again. A thread on a robe cuff surrendered and lay like a comma on the floor. The brazier whispered as a coal adjusted itself and remembered its duty. Somewhere uphill, a gate latch clicked twice and fell quiet. The world kept composing ways to say, this too. And then, not this. He told them of a layman who collected tea bowls he could not bear to use. Dust learned their names. One day, a child reached for a shelf, and the whole display stooped to the floor. After the storm of sound came silence, and in that silence, the man felt something in his chest break that had needed breaking. He gave the pieces to neighbors to make wind chimes. That summer, every lane in the village learned a new kindness when breezes came. Zen masters might ask, which sound fed more beings? The unchipped bowl on its shelf, or the chime that remembers it in the wind? The repair bench became a place of practice. Hands stirred paste as if stirring porridge. Strips lay like bandages. Seams shone when the lantern found them. No one pretended the gold erased the crack. The gleam was not triumph. It was gratitude lighting the fault line so the story would be easy to read. When a cup returned to service, it was not as good as new. It was better, more itself, less frightened of time. The Bodhisattva vow felt like that too, not keeping the world pristine, but making it usable again, with seams that help other hands be careful. He looked at the novice who had brushed the cup and saw the boy's shoulders float down from around his ears as if untying a knot. "You're not the first to drop something," he said, "and you won't be the last." He tapped the lower belly. Remember the mountain breath. And the room remembered how to be a room. The bridge of silence had taught them to cross without commentary. The pebble basket had taught them to let little frictions polish. The feather had taught them to keep vows lightly. The tiger had taught them to meet fear with posture, not story. Now the cup, in its new voice, asked a simple favor. Cherish me while I am here, and when I go, don't turn that into cruelty. Zen masters might ask, what would change if you regarded your plans, your temper, even your own face in the mirror as already changing, not to rob hope, but to free attention? Another might tilt the repaired cup in the lantern's light and whisper, "Is the gold the seam, or is your seeing the gold?" Questions like these do not chop at grief. They set a chair for it, pour tea into whatever vessel remains, and listen until grief remembers its manners and grows gentle. 3 final observations closed the evening like soft fingers on a book. The kettle sighed and went quiet. A moth rested on the screen and chose not to beat itself against the lamp. The dog by the threshold turned a slow circle and became a comma again. Bodhidharma folded the cloth around the shards that would be mended and carried them to the repair bench as one carries bread. The reed in the lintel hummed once. The candle kept its chosen size, and the mirror showed a room more tender for one bright syllable of breakage. Somewhere in that tenderness, inner strength learned another of its names, the courage to keep loving things that do not last, and to let that love make you softer, not scared. Rain arrived with the hush of a guest who knows the house, beginning as a rumor in the cedars, and then committing, drop by sure drop, to roof, eave, and earth. Bodhidharma lifted the reed screen just wide enough to let the weather speak. From the gutter, a chain of small copper cups, strung long ago by a passing craftsman, caught the water and passed it downward in a bright, steady necklace. A raindrop's path revealed itself, sky to leaf, leaf to tile, tile to cup, cup to barrel, barrel to ladle, ladle to bowl, bowl to breath. Watching this, he felt the same soft accuracy he had learned from bamboo and candle and mirror. Strength was often a kindness to gravity. The Buddha compared the teaching to a raft, built from what's at hand, good for crossing, and sensibly left on the bank when the far shore is reached. Many cling to the raft as identity. Many argue over whose knots are noblest. Bodhidharma watched the cups feed the rain barrel and smiled. Tools that cooperate and then let go. He had faced a wall for 9 winters and 9 springs to tire out argument. Here was the wall's companion in motion, surrender that does not collapse. The mind that trusts conditions can stop thrashing. The water still moves, and somehow so do you. He taught them a small rainy day practice he'd gathered from an older hall, the raindrop gatha. When a drop struck the last cup and leapt into the barrel, listeners silently mouthed, coming, going, still water, and placed a palm on the belly for one breath. The phrase wasn't magic. It was a way to feel how arrival and departure share the same body. 3 light observations kept the room company as the words learned their home. The kettle's lid lifted a hair and settled with a sound like a yes. A moth made one invisible stitch and decided the cloth was finished. Outside, the dog arranged its paws and agreed to be Rain's audience. Because minds remember through hands, he offered a quirky ritual to keep surrender from turning abstract. On wet afternoons, they wrote one tight worry on a slip of rice paper. Ink small, breath low. A deadline, a quarrel, a diagnosis, a secret fear, and lowered the slip into the barrel. The paper dissolved slowly, a ghost of its letters wandering the surface before becoming the same water that would later pour into tea. They did not call it magic. They called it housekeeping. Right effort protects wholesome states. Here, protection meant loosening the knot so warmth could keep flowing. A novice asked whether surrender wasn't the same as giving up. Bodhidharma tipped the copper mirror so the rain chain reflected as a silver ladder, and then let the image slide away. Giving up is what the body does when the story says, "You have no say," he said. Surrender is what the body does when the story says, "You may move with how things are." The Buddha named one factor of awakening Vosagga: letting go. Not abdication, but release of the extra. The raft is carried only while crossing. The cup is lifted only while pouring. The thought is kept only while it helps. Zen masters might ask, where exactly are you still lifting after the pour? He remembered a poem by Ryokan, the wind-washed monk who gave a thief his clothes and wished he could also give the moon. Rain wet Ryokan's sleeves countless nights, and the man simply got rained on. Bodhidharma liked him because he let weather be weather without turning it into an argument about self. "If a thief takes your coat," he murmured, "give him the raindrops lesson. The rest was never held." The precepts, non-harming, truth, clear mind, weren't armored edicts in a storm. They were channels that let water reach roots. To train the body in water's way, he set a drill as modest as a cup. During kinhen, walking meditation, each person balanced a spoonful of water on a leaf laid across the spoon's bowl. The task wasn't to win. It was to learn the speech of the path underfoot. Too rigid, and the water jumped. Too slack, and steps lost their honesty. Somewhere between, the leaf learned to ride. 3 small witnesses applauded without clapping. A floorboard offered a mild complaint, was heard, and forgave. A sash caught briefly and released when the shoulder softened. The kettle breathed out and remembered to rest. The chain of cups, kusari doi, the craftsman had called it, offered another exercise. Standing under the eaves, they listened for the precise interval between drops at the barrel's rim and matched exhale to that tempo. When the rain quickened, breath shortened. When it softened, breath widened. No one commanded the sky. No one sulked. The lantern of attention, trimmed by conditions, found its size. Upekkha, equanimity, returned wearing a rain cloak. Not dry, not drenched, simply right with the weather. Modern life has its own gutters and chains. Emails arrive like squalls. Messages ping the rim of the day, ambitions collect, overflow. He suggested a living version of the raft parable for the afternoon. Treat your to-do list as cups in a rain chain, one task at a time, exactly to the lip. When the next drop comes, let it fall into the next cup without flinging yourself sideways to catch future weather. Coming, going, still water, he whispered, as the lid clicked again on cue. A progress bar inches because the file moves. Staring doesn't force it. The stream below the hermitage knew this. So did the dog, now asleep. Someone worried that surrender might dull initiative. He pointed to the lotus place. Those blossoms do not debate their schedule, he said. They open because conditions say open. Right intention, goodwill, harmlessness, renunciation of fuss, aims the heart. Surrender lets the aim translate into motion without extra noise. If a neighbor's roof leaks, you fetch a ladder, because rain on their floor will become mold in the village. If a plan fails, you don't thrash the plan into life. You bow to what leaked and rehang the chain. Compassion is water's own gravity. He told a story about a boat that had broken free in a storm and drifted against a fisherman's skiff. The fisherman shouted at the fool until he saw the boat was empty. His anger dissolved like paper in a barrel. Later, he learned to treat the bump of harsh words the same way. Empty, boat, bump, adjust. Chuang Tzu told a version, but Zen adopted the lesson like a cousin. Stop arguing with the current. Steer with what is. Bodhidharma added the raft. Once across, please let go. The bank needs the sticks. You need the walk. Because relinquishment can feel like loss, he wove in gratitude. After the rice paper notes melted, someone drew a ladle of that water and made tea, serving first in the most repaired cups. Remember the seams that catch light like thin moons. Worry had become element. Element had become warmth. When the steam touched a lip, the lesson finished itself. 3 light observations. Let the moment land. A grain of salt found the soup and disappeared into usefulness. The rain slackened, as if it, too, preferred listening. A gate latch clicked once and decided that was enough. Zen masters might ask, if you knew the river would carry you whether you kicked or not, which muscles would you rest first? Another might tilt the copper mirror so your face blurs into the chain of cups and ask, what if your self is just water changing bowls? Neither question demands a verdict. Both invite posture. The posture, by now, is familiar. Belly warm, jaw released, gaze kind. Dusk widened. Rain thinned to a whisper, then to memory. The barrel wore a dark ring higher than yesterday's, evidence that surrender can fill rather than empty. Bodhidharma slid the reed screen closed most of the way, left room for a last breeze to sign the page, and set one palm to his belly as the house breathed. He remembered the tiger's gaze that had asked for presence, the bridge of silence that had asked for listening, the feather that had asked for gentler vows, the cup that had asked for love without bargaining. Water asked for the same thing and had its own way of making the case. Come as you are, move as you must, leave when it's time, and trust that nothing kind is wasted. What would happen? He asked, voice like rain after midnight. If you let more of your life pour itself. He did not mean drift. He meant the courage to cooperate with gravity, the willingness to be carried by conditions you can't command, and to tend the few you can. The reed in the doorway gave its almost note. The kettle rested its case. The dog sighed a small river, and the soft glow continued the work it was born for, lighting the next bowl and the next, without keeping any flame for itself. After the rain, the air felt rinsed and faintly musical, like a drumhead tightened by weather. Down valley, the empty hall waited with its bell frame, 2 uprights and a crossbeam, smooth from years of hands, swinging a space instead of a bell. They had told the story once of a war that melted bronze into weapons. Today, Bodhidharma returned with the unhurried ceremony of someone visiting a relative. He set the mallet on the step, not as provocation, but as kindness, and rested his palm on the beam the way one greets an old friend whose voice is silence. Here is a bell that will not be struck, he said, voice lantern warm. Let it teach how sound lives before sound. He had faced a wall for 9 winters and 9 springs to wear out the hunger for noise. He had learned from bamboo to bow and return. He had watched the mirror basin release faces and reclaim water. Now the bell's absence proposed another grammar, resonance without force. The Buddha's teaching on Buddha nature, our original capacity for awakening, stood close enough to warm their hands. If mind is originally clear, perhaps the work is not to manufacture music, but to stop drowning out the tone already here. He gave them a simple rite. For 7 mornings, they would gather at first light. The mallet would travel hand to hand until it returned to its place, and no one would swing it. Instead, each would sit within the frame, a line breath low in the belly, and ring the hall by listening. 10 breaths with the intention that listening fill the room like water poured into a bowl. If emotion surged, They were to feel its shape, the way fingers feel the curve of bronze, and let it hum inwardly without needing an audible note. The point was not performance. It was fit. 3 light observations stitched the invitation to the senses. A drop fell from the corner of a beam and made a tiny pop on the floor. A moth traced half a circle, and then, as if remembering the rest, let the circle complete itself in stillness. Far off, a latch clicked once and decided against a second try. The room, even bell-less, offered itself as orchestra. Right mindfulness, one spoke of the path, is noticing whatever appears without fastening it to a nameplate. Bodhidharma let the empty frame turn noticing into acoustics. When you want to speak, he said, listen first for the tone you're about to add to the day. If you cannot hear it yet, wait. Right speech is not only about words released, it is about words withheld until they can be clean. He gestured toward the bridge they had crossed in silence. Remember the chestnut shells saved for rice? And smiled. Silence rings too. Zen masters might ask, what would happen if you tuned your voice to the room instead of the room to your voice? A quirky tradition from another mountain found a home here. Once a month, at dusk, the community practiced cloud chiming. They tied a soft rope along the crossbeam and let the frame swing very slightly in the evening air. No clapper, no strike, only the hush of wood shifting and the breath of those present becoming one slow bellows. Some swore they could feel a tone travel through bone. Others felt only a wideness behind the ribs, like a door opening to night. Bodhidharma made no orthodoxy of it. If you hear, he said, bow. If you don't, bow anyway. The bow was the point, the willingness to be wrung from the inside. He told the old koan attributed to Hakuin, what is the sound of one hand? Not as a trap for cleverness, but as a craftsperson's puzzle about resonance. 2 hands meet, and a report occurs. One hand alone invites subtler acoustics. Pulse, wind in the ear, the unstruck bell of awareness that registers both sound and absence. The ear hears, he added softly, but awareness hears the hearing. They did not nod. Nodding would have made the room smaller. They simply let the suggestion sit where breath was, the way a lantern sits where night agrees to be seen. Modern life throws hammers at bells all day, alerts, pings, headlines that arrive like mallets without asking. He suggested a practice as modest as a porch light. For 1 hour, set your devices to quiet and treat the room as a bell you are unwilling to strike. Notice how many words your mouth would add if it were in charge. Grant a few parole, and let the rest serve their time in silence. 3 small witnesses offered to help. The kettle lid clicked once and rested. A jacket on its peg remembered its own weight. The dog outside exhaled the way a small bell sighs between notes. A student asked, "If the bell is never struck, does it still serve?" Bodhidharma touched the beam and then the boy's chest. "Service is not always audible," he said. The Buddha praised samadhi, steady placing of mind, not as spectacle, but as fit. A bell exists to invite and to gather. Today it gathered listening. Tomorrow, perhaps, someone will bring bronze again. The point is not sound as entertainment. The point is the shared posture that sound can ride. Dependent arising sang through wood and air and breath. Because the body sat, because the room held, because the mountain lent its hush, a tone without noise arrived. To keep seriousness from growing armor, he set a playful drill. During Samu, as they swept or carried wood, someone would, at random, lift a finger, the unstruck signal. Whoever saw it would soften their face by 1 degree, lower their shoulders, and listen for the farthest sound they could genuinely hear. Not strain. Listen. Sometimes it was a crow 2 ridges over. Sometimes a creek threading stones. Sometimes nothing but the steady thud of their own heart asking to be trusted. The point was not hearing far. The point was becoming a room that could carry sound without flinching. He brought out the copper mirror and set it within the frame so it held a sky the color of a bell in dreams. The mirror shows whatever arrives, he said, and it also shows the space around it. Practice both. If anger glinted, let it glint. Then look at the field it appeared in. If joy flared, welcome it. Then see the sky that does not need to be lit to be kind. The precepts, the feather-light vows to do less harm, rang here as well. A mind that doesn't rush to strike will rarely bruise what it loves. Remember the feather balanced beneath the nostrils, the reed that hummed at the door, the candle choosing its size. All of them had been training the same hand not to clutch the mallet. Zen masters might ask, who rings whom when you finally grow quiet? The bell ringing the room, or the room ringing the bell? Another might tilt the head and add, when you listen, what exactly is doing the listening? If a sentence begins to form in answer, let it ring silently twice and bow to its echo before you speak. On the 5th morning, a mist moved through the doorway and wrapped the frame so the space itself looked silvered. Bodhidharma stepped inside and felt the body take the shape of listening. He remembered the tiger's gaze that asked him to be here, the raft of rain that traveled cup to cup, the repaired cup whose seam caught the lantern like a thin moon. All of them were bells, he realized, refusing to be mere noise, bamboo in wind, feather on air, stream over stone, candle steady in a draught. Each taught resonance that needs no violence. A lesser-known temple joke surfaced and did its work. When a visitor demanded to hear the bell, a monk lifted the mallet, bowed to the frame, and struck his own palm lightly. The soft slap sounded exactly like an invitation to stop demanding. Laughter, true to its vow, loosened what was too tight. Sometimes the bell you're waiting for, Bodhidharma said, is your own hand remembering not to clench. He braided the teaching with right efforts for gentle labors. Prevent harm by hearing the tone of anger before it hardens. Abandon harm by allowing heat to ring out into space rather than into speech. Cultivate what helps by listening for kindness, the way you listen for a faint bell at dusk. Protect what helps by setting hours when only the inward bell may ring. In this way, practice moved from hall to path to market without needing permission. A complaint met with breath changed its pitch. A correction delivered at the right moment found the chord it belonged to. 3 final witnesses nodded from the edges of the hour. A thread on a robe's cuff surrendered and lay like a comma on the floor. The brazier voiced a soft realignment of coal to ash. A pine released one cone and let it find earth without commentary. The mallet rested where he had placed it, satisfied not to be important. What would happen? He asked, voice lower than the floorboards. If before every action you let your life become this frame, and listened until you could feel the tone of what would come next. He didn't need an answer. He could already hear the unstruck agreement moving through breath, through wood, through the dark bell of the chest. When they rose, no one rang a thing. Yet the path home seemed to sing under sandals, and the reed in the hermitage lintel offered its almost note, as if certifying that the lesson had landed without a sound. Morning gathered itself into a clean line at the ridgeline, and below it, the great gate waited. 2 pillars, a crossbeam, and the plain authority of wood that has stood through many weathers. Lichen freckled the uprights like old laughter. The crossbeam held 3 faint characters that a careful eye could still read. Emptiness, signlessness, wishlessness. The 3 doors of liberation that some carver years ago had asked the weather to keep teaching. Bodhidharma paused at the threshold stone the way he paused at the copper mirror and the candle saucer, letting the room introduce itself before he did anything. The reed at the hermitage, in memory, gave its almost note. The stream below murmured a long sentence and didn't need a reply. He had not brought them here for spectacle. He had brought them to name what they were already doing. "This is the mountain gate," he said, lantern warm, a voice that trusted the air to carry it. Not a fence to keep you out, an invitation to be in. Discipline is the act of walking through. He had faced a wall for 9 winters and 9 springs to learn the quiet that outlasts argument. He had learned from bamboo how to bow and return, from the candle how to tend conditions, from the mirror basin how to show and release. Today, the gate offered a shape to the same vow. Choose to enter, and the inside will teach you what freedom actually feels like. The Buddha taught the noble 8-fold path, not as 8 punishments, but as 8 elegant companions, right view and intention, right speech and action and livelihood, right effort, mindfulness and concentration. Think of them as 8 planks, Bodhidharma murmured, patting the gate's weathered beam. You lay them down by walking them. A gate is a path that has remembered to stand up. Right view looks at the threshold and sees causes and conditions, sleep and breath and hunger and hope. Right intention steps forward with goodwill instead of theater. Right speech is what crosses after silence has chosen a size. Right action and livelihood are how you move once you're through. Effort, mindfulness, concentration keep you from wandering back out while you're not looking. A small, lesser-known practice made this visible without sermon. By the left post stood 2 jars. One held thin cedar slats. The other held nothing. Each slat had a notch cut at one end and a brush stroke on the other. Nothing more. Before crossing, a person wrote a single word on a slat, the name of the habit they were willing to leave outside for a day. Hurry. Defend. Approval. Then they slid the notched end under a cord tied across the jar's mouth so the word hung there, visible and harmless, like wind chimes that never ring. If someone truly needed their word back at dusk, they could take it and carry it honestly. Most discovered they didn't miss it. The empty jar stayed empty by doing its job. On some mornings, the gatekeeper was a nun with a face as calm as the candle's chosen size. She did not quiz or scowl. She pointed at sandals. Temple etiquette, as homely as a kitchen rule, asked that you turn your sandals outward before stepping in, so the next traveler could leave easily. Freedom, she said once to a novice who loved dramatic vows, is made from these small courtesies. 3 light observations made her point without fuss. A gate latch clicked once and decided not to brag about it. A crow said 1 syllable and reconsidered a second, and a breeze found the underside of the crossbeam and smoothed itself there like a cat. The bridge of silence was a cousin to this gate. Here, too, speech bowed to listening. Students crossed one by one, chestnut shell practice, trading places with a quieter vow. 3 breaths at the threshold, eyes lowered, sandals set straight for the next pair of feet. A boy hesitated, the way a mind hesitates before putting down its favorite tool. He had carried pride like a lucky charm for years. He had just hung the word in the jar, and it felt like leaving his hand at the door. Bodhidharma's glance was kind, but exact. "You can bring it," he said softly, "but then pride will run your day. Or you can set it here and see what your day can do without a boss." The boy stepped. He did not grow smaller. He grew usable. Right livelihood, which many drag into the marketplace and nail to money, was simply the agreement not to harm as you pass through the world. Inside the gate, it looked like bowls unwrapped with care, tools returned to the same nail, words shaped to fit the ears that would receive them. "The reed hums when the door opens gently," someone joked, remembering the Lintels teacher. The joke landed because the gate taught the same physics. Move harshly. And even wood will complain. Move rightly, and the room will help you. A quirky gate rite traveled from another temple and found a home here. On the first morning of each month, before dawn, they hung a thin rope low across the entrance, just high enough that everyone had to bow to pass. The rope was not a trick. It was a reminder. Humility is the height that fits. A guest once asked why they didn't just install a lower beam. The gatekeeper grinned. Because humility should be chosen, not forced. Remember the feather beneath the nostrils? The point wasn't to pin it down. It was to feel when breath became kind. The rope made humility as tactile as a breath that stops trying to be impressive. He told a small story to nudge the lesson into the ribs. A merchant from the valley came to watch morning work, unimpressed by monk chores. He stood outside the gate and listed his efficiencies, the way the emperor once listed merit. "Inside," Bodhidharma said, "we turn sandals for the next person and sweep the corner. No one sees." The merchant snorted. "And what freedom is that?" The freedom from being the only one in the room, Bodhidharma answered. Later that spring, the man's daughter fell sick. Neighbors slipped through his yard like kindness in sandals turned outward. Food left, water hauled, path swept. He arrived at the gate after harvest with rice enough for 10 bowls, set his word self in the jar, and crossed without noise. 3 light observations stitched the morning to the senses. A moth wrote a small oval near the crossbeam and let it complete itself in stillness. The kettle lid far up at the hermitage clicked once and settled, as if time had remembered its manners. A pine cone dropped and found the earth as cleanly as a sentence finding its period. The room inside the gate felt not stricter, but more breathable, because the air was not carrying arguments it didn't need to carry. Zen masters might ask, is the gate the wood in front of you, or the decision in your chest? Another might ask it sideways. What would happen if you lived as if every doorway were a promise, not a pause? Questions like these don't demand a theology. They demand posture. The tiger's gaze had taught them to lower breath and let fear be a visitor. The rain chain had taught them to pour 1 drop at a time. The repaired cup had taught them to love without arrest warrants. The bell frame had taught them to resonate without being hit. The gate gathered those lessons and gave them a hinge. Inside, schedule did what schedule does when it is loved. It healed time into something you can stand inside without holding your breath. Samu polished wood into friendliness. Zazen reminded knees to be knees and sky to be sky. Oryoki made bowls and gratitude the same gesture. Freedom, Bodhidharma said once to a monk who equated it with the absence of rules, is the ease that comes when your life is arranged to help you keep your promises. He tapped the belly, the mountain breath, and the monk discovered that his own ribs could be a gate he could enter any hour, no key needed. Because minds can make a doctrine out of anything, he set a counter practice that loosened the frame without removing it. One afternoon each week, they left the gate open and ate in the yard, sandals anywhere, sleeves informal, laughter permitted to arrive without bowing. The point wasn't sloppiness, it was proof. After walking through discipline, you can carry its freedom into the yard. The reed at the hermitage hummed in memory as the reed near the gate accepted wind. 2 notes, same lesson. If the laughter grew sharp, someone would rise and, without scolding, turn a few sandals outward for the next traveler. The room agreed. Modern life has its gates, passwords and thresholds, deadlines and vows. he suggested a humble imitation for listeners far away. Choose one doorway in your home, kitchen, office, porch, and make it your mountain gate. Turn your shoes outward there. Hang a low ribbon one day a week and bow beneath it. Place a jar and put one word in it each morning that the day will be lighter without. If you need it back at dusk, take it, but ask yourself first if the day was better with your hands free. 3 witnesses will likely appear to nod. A notification you do not answer immediately. A spoon you set down quietly. A window you open 1 inch and forget to close because the air has become kind. He rested his palm on the upright and felt the grain under his skin the way one feels a river's current in a shallow. Choosing to enter, he said, softer now, is the discipline. What you find inside is the freedom. The boy who had left approval hanging in the jar returned at dusk, read the word, and, after a long breath that began in the belly and finished with a small smile, left it where it was. The gate did not applaud. It did what gates do when they are good. It stood ready for tomorrow. As the sun shifted, 3 last quiet facts closed the lesson. A bee inspected a knothole and declined to move in. A thread on a sleeve surrendered and lay like a comma on the stone. The dog outside the yard turned twice and became a gentle parenthesis at the door. The crossbeam caught a little light and gave it back. Bodhidharma lifted the mallet of his hand and set it down again without striking anything. Old habit by now, and the path home seemed to widen by the width of one vow kept without witnesses. The storm's last thought had slipped into the ravine, and morning opened like a clean window. Above the cedars, sky stood without ornament. No cloud, no smudge, just the kind of blue that makes the eyes water a little from honesty. Bodhidharma walked the slope with the unhurried gait of someone who recognizes an old teacher, and the reed in the hermitage lintel, catching a faint updraft, offered its almost note as if to bow. The candle of last night lived now only in memory, yet its lesson went on. When fuel is no longer fed, the flame's argument ends by itself. The Buddha named this Nirodha, cessation, not extinction of life, but the soft release of craving. The wind that raised the dust falls still, and dust remembers how to settle. He invited them to the ridge where the world remembered how to be simple. Sit and do not borrow weather, he said, lantern warm. The wall he had once faced for 9 winters and 9 springs had trained them to stop arguing with stone. The mirror basin had trained them to let images finish and return to water. The bridge had trained them to cross with breath, not with commentary. Now the sky offered a larger version of the same instruction. Let everything open, and in that opening, stop insisting. Right View looked up and saw not divinity pressed into blue, but conditions so clear that nothing needed to be added. A lesser-known temple rite surfaced, something learned from an old hermit who liked to teach with bowls. They called it the Sky Bowl. The largest oryoki was filled with water and set on a flat stone in the yard. One by one, each person leaned over it until the bowl held two skies, the one above and the one below, and let breath arrive in the belly. When a cloud drifted through, the lower sky changed. When a hand trembled, the lower sky shook. Then, with a small bow, the watcher poured the bowl out on the roots of bamboo and held the empty vessel to the light. "See," Bodhidharma said, "the sky was never in the bowl. Clarity is not captured, it is recognized." 3 light observations knit the right to the body. A kettle lid clicked once and rested. A moth drew a tiny, unhurried circle near the screen and chose not to finish it. A pine cone landed out of sight with the exact sound of period at the end of a sentence. Because eyes sometimes turn clarity into a project, he added a story the scriptures tell in a quiet corner. Sky flowers. When the vision is strained, one sees patterns in empty air and thinks they are floating blooms. The remedy is not to pluck them, it is to relax the eye. In the same way, when mind is strained, thoughts appear as emergencies in otherwise empty sky. The heart teaching points gently. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. A flower in the sky is seen because a condition in the eye is tight. Right mindfulness notices sky flowers and does not chase them. "Blink," he said, smiling, "and sit a little softer." He lay back then, just once, on the clean grass and let the students follow. Shoulders spread, jaws released, breath fell home to the hara. Clouds had already ended their sentence. Nothing in the blue asked to be managed. He did not say shikantaza, though that is what they were doing, just sitting, because names sometimes make the mind think it owns the chair. He only motioned with a palm. Here. If a thought arrived, it was acknowledged the way one acknowledges a bird that crosses the field of vision and does not stay. If joy rose, joy was given a place to sit and no task. If grief rose, grief was permitted to complete its shape without being turned into a speech. The aim wasn't blankness. It was intimacy, without clutching. He spoke once, the way a breeze speaks without needing to be a wind. The 8th oxherding picture shows an empty circle, he said. The ox forgotten, the self forgotten. Not a trick, just a moment when needing a self drops away. Some later paintings show a blank disc, others nothing at all. He preferred what could not be painted, the body's moment of not building an owner for what it feels. When that happens, he murmured, clarity is not an achievement. It is the sky, remembering it is sky. Zen masters might ask, when the watcher rests, who is left to say, I am clear? Another might tilt the question and ask, would you recognize sky if you weren't busy pointing at it? To stop clarity from sliding into performance, he brought back the feather that once taught softness. Let the breath be only strong enough to stir a feather, he said, setting one on the stone. No more. If the feather flew, effort had reached for applause. If it lay dead, inattention had turned clarity into a nap. Upekkha, equanimity, sat between like a quiet host, not cold, not hot, able to hold visitors without becoming them. The reed at the door hummed as if the house itself approved. Somewhere, the dog outside turned twice and became a comma at the threshold of sleep. A novice asked if nothingness was the goal. Bodhidharma lifted the sky bowl and turned it so light skated along its rim. No, he said, suchness is the goal, if we must have one. Things just as they are, without the extra we add. Tathata is the word he didn't insist on, because sometimes the mouth should protect the ear from labels. He pointed instead to a dragonfly that threaded the morning with precise blue. That, he whispered, not a symbol, a life doing its work inside a sky that did not crowd it. Modern life knows how to cloud itself on purpose. Alerts, scrolls, lists lined up like troops at inspection. He offered a practice that would fit into a city or a kitchen. A daily sky minute. Once a day, no matter the weather, stand at a window or step outside. Lift the chest the width of a finger. Let breath descend to the belly. And look without narrating for 60 heartbeats. If a building fills the view, notice the space around it. If a screen fills the hand, notice the space that screen is borrowing. Clear your notifications afterward, he added, if you still want to. 3 small witnesses would likely come to help. A spoon set down without a clink. A page releasing its static with a sigh. A progress bar completing exactly when you stopped glaring at it. Because the mind is fond of goals, he offered a counterweight from the precepts: do less harm. Even clarity can be weaponized if it forgets to be kind. If sharp insight turns into a sharper tongue, step back through the mountain. Gate you remember, hang prove in the jar, and see how the room changes. If serenity makes you condescend to noise, return to the repaired cup and drink from seams that shine like thin moons. Clarity that does not bend isn't clear. It's brittle. Bamboo taught that, bowing and returning. He picked up the mallet of his hand and did not strike anything. Habit that had become joy, and let the bell frame down valley ring through bone without sounding. Listen, he said, and in the listening, the room felt wrung. Cessation in that instant did not erase the world. It erased the extra. Thought still appeared, but it lost its authority. Feeling still rose, but it did not build a throne. The body, relieved of an owner, sat like a good lantern, upright, bright enough to be useful, not bright enough to bother the moth that drew an invisible figure 8 and then forgot its pen. Zen masters might ask, if no cloud appears all day, would the sky miss them? Or is the space that allows clouds also the space that allows their absence? Questions like these do not invite cleverness. They invite shoulders to lower and hands to find their work again. The stream will polish its pebble. The rain chain will sing its cups. The lotus will open and close according to conditions. Clarity is the permission for all of that to proceed without your commentary pretending to be a wind. 3. Last observations sealed the morning like a letter whose contents need no flourish. The kettle's lid lifted and settled with the same small yes as always. A gate latch clicked once, as if remembering a promise. A bee investigated the shadow of a knothole and, satisfied with its research, moved on. Bodhidharma stood, brushed grass from his robe, and the sky did not shrink when he stopped looking at it. That was its final kindness. The soft glow did not insist on being praised. It simply made walking home easy. Somewhere a reed hummed, somewhere a dog sighed, somewhere a repaired cup waited for tea that would arrive when it arrived. What else? He might have asked if asking had been needed. Would you like, from a day so clear that even wanting relaxes? Autumn leaned its first coolness into the cedar shade, and the path to the hermitage wore a faint gold along its edges where grass had begun to ripen. Bodhidharma walked there with the unremarkable gait that had carried him through palaces and storms and silences. And the reed in the lintel, catching a small updraft, offered its almost note as if to say, the lesson is still the lesson. He paused at the threshold stone, set a palm on the wall with the tenderness of someone greeting a very old friend, and listened while the house told him what the day already knew. Breath was moving. Bowls were wrapped. The candle from last night remembered its size even in memory, and the soft glow that had guided everything did not ask for praise. In the villages, they told many stories about the old monk by then, how he crossed a river standing on a reed, how tea sprang up where drowsiness lost its argument, how a tiger once blinked and chose the reeds again. One tale was stranger than the rest. After his burial, travelers swore they saw him in the western mountains carrying a single sandal over his shoulder. When the tomb was opened, only a sandal lay where a body ought to be. Some took it as miracle, some as mischief, some as the world's way of reminding us that forms are suggestions, not prisons. Bodhidharma only smiled when the story returned to him, because in a sense, it had always been true. The teaching had never been a person to keep. It was the fit between a foot and a path. Keep the sandal. Keep walking. A mainstream teaching gathered itself inside that image and sat down with them like an old neighbor. The four immeasurables: loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. They were not abstract virtues. They were the four ways a lantern behaves when weather changes. Metta was the light itself, offered without inventory. Karuna was the hand that cups the flame in wind, not to own it, but to help it keep being itself. Mudita was the smile when you see another lantern across the valley and your own light brightens, because theirs does. Upekkha, which the candle had been practicing all along, was the evenness that knows night and day are both good company. He did not lecture about them. He gestured to the bowl, the reed, the bamboo, the mirror, the stream, the repaired cup, the rain chain, the bell frame, the gate, the sky bowl, the tiger's path. In every one, the four were already at work. A lesser-known tradition surfaced to make the point tactile, but shy. In some halls, when a teacher grows old, the community stitches a thin, hidden thread. No color different from the robe, no flourish, through the hem of each student's garment. The thread is continuous, round the hem and back to where it started. A small circle you cannot see from the outside. They call it the enough thread. It isn't magic. It simply reminds the body, each time the robe sways with walking, that the teaching has no loose ends. You keep the circle moving by wearing it. Bodhidharma liked to run 2 fingers along that hem when no one was watching, the way one might touch a map before setting out. Not to confirm a destination, but to remember that a way exists. He sat, folded his robe, and let the room recall its favorites. The feather that teaches vows to be light. The chestnut shells turned into sweet rice by what was unsaid. The pebble basket that makes irritations into tutors. The door reed that hums when you open life gently. The water writing that appears fully and vanishes cleanly. The bamboo that bends and returns. The candle that finds its size and holds to it. The mirror that shows and releases. The stream that rounds stone. The tiger that looked and was looked at without war. The bell that rings by listening. The mountain gate that changes freedom from rumor into posture. The sky that proves clarity is not a possession. All of these, he said, lantern warm, are names for the same lantern. The Buddha taught that mind is originally clear, not an empty shelf, but a spacious room where things can arrive and depart without leaving dents. Zen calls this a transmission outside the scriptures, not because words fail, but because words, at best, point. The real transmission is posture, the way your breath keeps its appointment, the way the hand that holds a bowl remembers that it is borrowing earth, the way the mouth waits to speak until the bell in the chest has rung without being struck. When the emperor had asked about merit, the answer had been no merit, not to steal his joy, but to free it from ledgers. When the sandal story circulated, its point was not that a body had been missing. It was that a path remained. The lantern's job, he reminded them quietly, was never to brag about light. It was to make the next good step visible. He gave them one last playful practice for the road, as modest as ash paper, as bright as a reed hum. For 40 days, he said, find a place in your walking each afternoon to pause by a shadow and offer it the 4 immeasurables in one breath. May you be safe. May you be at ease. May your joy be mine. May my steadiness help. Speak it for a person, a creature, a worry, a plan, a grief. Then take one pace with the breath and do the next needed thing. There was no tally, no jar, no pledge to show anyone. Only a thread stitched into the ordinary hem of your day, circling back to where it began. Zen masters might ask, if every object in your room were slightly luminous, bowl, reed, cup, mirror, sandal, even your own tired hands, how would you treat them? Another might ask it backward. If the lantern in your chest were always lit, what noise would you no longer need? Questions like these do not demand answers. They lay a path under your feet and wait while you notice you are already walking. He remembered, as he often did, the river and the reed, the first step onto foreign soil, the palace, the wall, the laughing child, the empty hall, the storm, the lotus, the repaired cup's thin moon, the rain chain's cups, the unstruck bell, the gate to tea, the cloudless morning. None had required a crown. All had required attention, and attention, held kindly across seasons, had become strength, the kind that doesn't shout, doesn't bruise, doesn't tire itself, announcing it is strong. The soft glow endured because it was never his. It had always been a way of touching things. Evening folded itself along the path. A moth wrote a small curve and let it stand. The kettle's lid clicked once and rested. The dog at the threshold turned twice and became a comma. Bodhidharma stood, pressed 2 fingers to the lower belly, the mountain breath, and smiled the way a lantern smiles when a wind tests it and finds a steady room. "Keep the sandal," he said, almost to the reed, almost to the moon that had not yet risen. "Keep walking." And if anyone asked where the teaching had gone, the house itself could answer. It had gone where breath goes, and hands go, and bowls go, and soft light goes when the door opens, into the next step, and the next, and into whoever was willing to carry it without making a show. Now, let the story loosen its laces and grow quiet, the way a field grows quiet after harvest, wide and low and breathing. Let shoulders soften, jaw slacken, eyes rest half closed or fully closed, if that feels kind. Imagine the day slipping off your body like a light coat. Set carefully on the back of a chair. Nothing more to be done with it until morning. The room is simple, the air gentle, and somewhere in the near distance, the reed in the doorway gives its almost note, a sound so small you could mistake it for your own breath remembering itself. As your inhale rises and your exhale falls, lengthen them both by a finger's width, just enough to invite the belly to be the room's anchor. With each breath, picture the lantern we kept naming, the one that has followed us from wall to mirror, from bamboo to bridge, from candle to cup, glowing softly behind the breastbone, not bright, not dim, exactly the size that helps. On the inhale, the glow gathers like a warm pool. On the exhale, it spreads a little through the shoulders, the ribs, the back, as if the body were a small house learning its own light. If thoughts flicker, let them be moths that know how to land. If feeling loosens and comes forward, give it a chair and a cup of tea and no assignment. The Buddha taught that clinging knots the heart. Tonight, let untying be your only work, and do it by doing almost nothing, breathing, noticing, and returning. You might hear a kettle settle or a thread resign itself from a cuff, or a gate latch click once in the mind. Each small sound is another room in the house, dimming its lamp and closing its book. And now, as your breath slows and every worry finds the door on its own, feel the lantern steady where it belongs, not owned, not displayed, simply present. The path is already under your feet. The sandal is already yours. Sleep can find you easily in a house that glows this way. Sweet dreams.